Chapter 1516. Dong Zhu, can you take a look at the soil? Zhang Shao, the village chief of the Zhang family village, asked Li Yi with a grin. There were traces of dirt on his face. Li Yi brought Princess Yongmu, Xiaolan, and the others into the village. The village had to help plant corn and was under martial law. Only those who had been raising children in the Zhang family village were allowed to enter. They had to follow the rules. The 16 guards stood guard at the entrance of the village. If they found anyone suspicious, they were allowed to enforce the law. If the other party did not cooperate, they would be killed on the spot. This was not the case in the past, but now there was a new breed. Either they did not come, or they had to be obedient. Li Yi squatted down and grabbed a handful of dirt from the furrows. He squeezed it and threw it away. Tao Hong handed over a water bag and helped Li Yi wash his hands. There was a lot of fermented farm fertilizer in the soil. The moisture is okay. When the corn seeds are dried, take them and plant them. When they are harvested, they can't be ensiled because of the seeds. They can only be crushed and mixed with other forages to ferment and feed to livestock. Oh, they can be burned as firewood or crushed to make fertilizer. But our Tang dynasty lacks feed. Li Yi recommended that corn stalks be fermented and fed to cattle. Even people could eat them. In the past, during natural disasters, the country used corn stalks to mix with other things to make biscuits. People ate them to fill their stomachs, but they felt uncomfortable and dry when they went to the bathroom. The main reason was that there was no oil. The production team's work point model made people lazy. The more they ate from the big pot, the poorer they became. Thinking of this, Li Yi said, "The destructive power of internal strife has always been higher than external strife. Without perfect rules and regulations, the lower the level, the worse it will be. Those who make policies can't directly implement them if they can't come up with a full set of supporting strategies. Rules with many loopholes are instigating people to commit crimes. The emotional management model is a test of human nature and will not last long." After that, he pulled Princess Yongmu and continued to walk inside. The palace maids and eunuchs behind them hurriedly wrote. They understood that Dongzhu's words were said to the highest officials and His Majesty. The ordinary people ignored them. "Dongzhu, do you want to eat braised frog tonight?" A villager came over and asked. The braised frog in the Zhang family village was the best. It was not for sale now because it could not be sold at a high price, and no one had eaten it. Later on, he realized that it wasn't worth it. Why was the toad so expensive? Now that the Zhang clan's village had money, they could do other things if they didn't want to buy anything. He continued to catch frogs and cook for himself. There was also a place for him to help Dongzhu raise forest frogs. Li Yi looked at Princess Yongmu. "Do you want some?" Princess Yongmu lowered her head and thought about it. "All right, don't make too many. I'll eat one." "One for each person," Li Yi said to the villagers. Now that he didn't restrict the commoners from eating exotic delicacies, they couldn't eat all the frogs they caught and ate normally. Frogs were nowhere to be seen. The culprits were pesticides and fertilizers. He planned to research better fertilizers and pesticides in the future. When using them, he would limit the amount and not use too much force. The water made from plant ash was not omnipotent. It could only deal with some pests. The diseases of the plants themselves needed to be treated with medicine. There were also problems with the amount of water and the trace elements in the soil, which could all be solved. Dongzhu will be having dinner in the village tonight. The villagers couldn't guess Li Yi's thoughts. He only cared about conveying the joyous news. The villagers instantly cheered. Dongzhu came back yesterday and chose to have dinner in the village today. It was a great honor. Every family discussed the menu, quantity, who cooked what, where to eat, and so on. They also had to pay respects to their ancestors, burn incense, and tell their ancestors that Dongzhu came to have dinner. This made them happy. Li Lang, other people say that you cultivate your body, unify your family, and govern the country to bring peace to the world. You cultivate your body, unify Zhuangzi and expand, expand and expand again. Princess Yongmu thought of the braised frog and swallowed her saliva. She smiled and said Li Yi's development model. Li Yi didn't deny it and nodded. It's about obtaining the right to speak, using talent to gain the recognition of the higher-ups, and using military strength to ensure the implementation of the system. All politics is dirty, but it can provide the commoners with a clear spring. The fight for power is full of darkness, but it can let the commoners feel the sunshine. When a ruler sacrifices the lives of some commoners to protect the interests of more commoners, it can't be said to be wrong. It can only prove that he is incompetent. For example, the commoners of the Tang dynasty had infectious typhoid or smallpox. Did they pursue the economy or sacrifice the economy to save their lives? This is the test of the ruler. The palace maids and eunuchs continued to take notes. They cooperated tacitly, and each of them said a sentence. Typhoid can be cured, but what about smallpox? Princess Yongmu was slightly conflicted. Why use the commoners of the Tang dynasty as an example? But she was worried about smallpox. Vaccines, see the virus vaccine. Start the vaccination. I'll spare some time. During the vaccination process, people may die. Li Yi was troubled by this matter. People didn't have smallpox in the first place, and now the Tang dynasty didn't have smallpox either. If they insisted on vaccinating, there would be a small probability of accidents. The probability was small, but it was not small for the family. Ask where else smallpox appeared. We'll publicize it and then help people vaccinate. When the commoners of the Tang dynasty understand the reason, even if there is a small probability of problems, they're still willing to accept it. People in Zhuangzi, Zhang's village, the royal family, and the ministers who were qualified to talk to him all got a bunch of vaccines, including Dudu. He came back and wanted to give Dudu a set. One-on-one, targeted, the probability of problems was almost negligible. Dudu's brother was so healthy. The root of the problem was Li Yi. Ask the barbarian. Princess Yongmu suddenly wanted to ask the barbarian where smallpox happened. She shook her head quickly. She couldn't curse others like this. Dongzhu, the chili was planted. Last year, the village didn't sell any. They only ate it themselves. The farmer in charge of planting chili ran over and reported in a low voice. They helped to plant chili. Li Yi sold chili powder and chili oil, which were very expensive. After the villagers planted chili, they made chili powder. When needed, they made chili oil. They didn't sell it. Tourists could eat it. The price was almost the same as Li Yi's. Sometimes they would give a small plate. They were not allowed to take it away. This year, the carrots can be eaten by themselves. The seeds are enough. There's no need to put them in a greenhouse. Li nodded and said carrots. Carrots were sent to the south. This year, they could produce a large number of seeds. The north didn't need greenhouses. It was a problem for carrots to survive the winter. In the south, they would popularize it in designated places. Others would choose to eat some and keep some. Then they would sell the seeds to the imperial court according to the requirements. The imperial court would sell the seeds to the people. Hashi Jidushi, Anshi Jidushi, and other places were planted last year. They couldn't keep the seeds. After planting, they had to wait for the imperial court to distribute the seeds this year. Carrots could be eaten raw. They were sweet. Livestock and poultry liked to eat them. Poultry, ducks, and geese needed help to be crushed, but carrots were not. Give a horse a carrot. The horse will think you are a good person. Give a handful of pepper. Friends, do you have raw eggs? If you have, you are family. In fact, the horse didn't know that pepper was much more expensive than eggs. Carrots have another use. They can be used as glue for children. Babies have teeth. Carrots can be used to train their biting strength. After biting off the dregs, they can eat them directly. The key is that carrots are sweet. Babies are willing to bite them. Li Yi couldn't provide glue for all the children in the Tang dynasty. He could only promote carrots. Will the babies bite off their teeth? Xiaolan felt that it was dangerous. She wanted to know. Chapter 15:17. As long as a child has teeth, even if you don't let them bite the carrot, they will still find something to bite. Li Yi understood the situation. It was the same for a child to bite the carrot. Do you think the child is stupid? Bite with all your strength. Don't they know how to use a little bit of strength? Unless the child is biting and you suddenly pull with all your strength, the child's teeth will be pulled out. After the child has teeth, they will start to look around for something to put into their mouth. They will bite to see what it is. It's easy to get sick when biting other things. Cut carrot sticks are the most suitable. They taste sweet. The child's little hand grabs the carrot sticks. As long as you let them continue to grab the carrot sticks and wipe their mouth, they will smile at you. The parents of the Tang dynasty should learn more. I will continue to publish in the newspaper. Li said. He was almost drooling. The image of the child holding the carrot sticks and biting them appeared in his mind. That's saliva! Fry 2 bean worms for me. Princess Yongmu swallowed again. She remembered something good. Bring the children from Zhuangzi to the village and eat together, Li Yi ordered. As they continued to walk, the children in the village were cheering. They could see their friends again. They usually played together once every 10 days. They had to study and learn a lot of knowledge. It was also difficult to cross the bridge. The children in the village had the same toys as the children in Zhuangzi. They were not made by the village. They were all given by the children in Zhuangzi. The children in Zhuangzi were also happy when they heard the news. They prepared the toys and stayed in the Zhang family's village today. The little girl Lele felt the happy atmosphere, but she did not know how to cooperate. Let's go to the Zhang family's village. At the crucial moment, the little girl appeared and fed the little girl a small yam's egg candied haw. The weather was hot at this time. Only the Li family Zhuangzi could provide candied haw. Pure rock sugar did not melt easily. It needed to be made at a low temperature. Where is Brother Dongzhu? Although the little girl was young, she was sensible. She knew who was the best to her and who was the most powerful. Other than Big Brother Dongzhu, it was this little big sister. Little big sister had to bring him out, otherwise he would die. It's because Master is here that he called us over. Let's take a carriage. The tracks are laid from Zhuangzi to the village, and it's also connected to the capital office. There are some places that haven't been completed yet. After the little girl came back, she began to understand the situation. She wanted to help her master analyze the situation. If someone was disobedient, she would tell her master. The entire capital office from the 2 counties of Chang and to the 20 counties outside had been paved with wooden carriages, but the roads connecting the villages had not been fully connected yet. The little girl didn't understand the purpose of the wooden tracks laid out so far away, and there was also a water net that allowed the boat to drift slowly. She brought Lele to sit in a carriage. A few children of similar age were also sitting there. The elder child arranged for his younger siblings to stay with the little girl brought back by Dongzhu's elder brother. Your Majesty, Xiao Yi won't be coming back. When Baigu saw this, he immediately concluded that if he could not even see this, it would be better for him to die. Isn't it just a measure against the dense vegetation of the Turks? We don't need 1 more day. We like children. Let's go take a look. Li Longji expressed that he didn't care and was about to leave. The officials were discussing the grasslands of the Turks, where the grass was lush and there were many animals. The Turks could raise horses and did not lack meat. Last year, the Turks came to ask for peace, but the Tang dynasty did not. Instead, they gathered their troops at the border and even went out. Where Tubo was, Tubo could not find enough troops and surrendered to the Tang dynasty. How Ling Chuan's diplomatic skills should be punished by the heavens. The Khitans, Shi, and Bohai were restrained by trade and were working hard to raise Tussa silkworms. The white-clothed Abbasid Caliphate suffered heavy losses and did not have the strength to do anything else. Last year, the cavalry led by Su Lu was beaten badly by Zhang Shaosong at the last moment, or it could be said that they were crippled. The southwest barbarians were suppressed by the local forces and kept retreating. The local forces went forward to catch animals and, at the same time, help the captives find their families and bring them back. More Tiela tribes were arranged to surrender. The imperial court took action and did not allow others to follow the example of the Li family Zhuangzi. All the other places had been stabilized, except for one opening, the Turks. What was going on? Wasn't Li Yi supposed to take every conceivable possibility into account? Besides sending out troops, what else could he do? Everyone wanted to understand. Did Li Yi really forget? Even a wise man's 1,000 considerations is bound to make a mistake. You just came back yesterday, and you went to the village to play? Li Longji did not care about what others thought. He pondered, if I go, won't it be simple? Your Majesty, I heard that the Zhang family village's yellow braised frog is the best in the world. This subject is hungry. Baigu was not satisfied and found an excuse. Good. When I go, I will ask the Zhang family village to send the yellow braised frog over. Li Longji felt that it was reasonable and prepared delicious food for the officials. Your Majesty, Longza is unreasonable. We mainly want to see the process of the Zhang family village making the yellow braised frog. Yao Chong glared at Baigu. Can't you find an excuse? This subject agrees. Sui said, This subject agrees. The others said in unison. Li Longji smiled. Is it necessary to eat a toad like this? Everyone laughed, but did not say anything. Was it about eating a toad? We just want to ask Li Yi, why did you leave a hole? Go with me. How about it? Li Longji was embarrassed to disturb the place again. Great. The officials did not feel that they were disturbing anyone. How rich is the Zhang family village? Moreover, the villagers know us. They do not regard us as people who cannot be offended. They rely on Li Yi. Even if it was Zai Fu, would he dare to deal with the people of the Zhang family village when they did not commit a crime? Dare? Deal with them. Li Yi will not even give you a chance to join the Tuan heir. They did not commit a crime. What right do you have to deal with them? If they commit a crime, do you think I, Li Yi, will be merciful? Are you sure you want to deal with the people of the Zhang family village? You clearly want to deal with me. Li Longji took the lead. A group of people, including Li Dan and others, went over. Once again, Dudu finished eating and dealing with the stomach and intestines and was carried over. Dudu had an injection after Li Yi came back. There were still several injections waiting for it. It was more sleepy or it would sleep. From a bioevolutionary point of view, the shorter the feeding period of the organism, the more at the bottom, especially among the mammal group. Just like a lamb, it would soon learn to run. Only in this way could it increase its chances of survival. As for humans after being born, it would take many years to raise them. But humans are weak? The reason why babies are weak is that humans do not need to run. The grassland wolves are powerful. They can eat other people. Why not try eating a prince of the Tang dynasty? The Tang dynasty can dispatch more than 100,000 cavalry to encircle and suppress the grassland wolves. No matter the cost, the logistics can kill the grassland wolves until they tremble when they see people in the future. After asking Li Yi felt that the Westerners did a better job in this aspect. As long as people die, animals must die. If a group of lions eat a person, there is no need for this group of lions to exist. In contrast, when a group of bears killed people, the zoo did not kill the bears for economic benefits. They pushed the responsibility to people and said that people did not do it right. From the perspective of people, there is no problem with this statement. However, when can animals be on par with people? The superiority of the species is reflected here. It is nothing more than money, and some government officials also received bribes, so it was left unsettled. This is human nature. Don't say that the system of a certain country is so noble. Lao Mao wrote dialectical materialism. How come there is no need for dialectics later? Based on money? Put animals and people on the same line, or even higher than humans. Chapter 1518. People had different understandings of things, but the only thing they had in common was survival. To live, one had to eat meat, just like Li Longji. Li Longji took the seafood brought back by Li Yi to Zhang village, mainly for ribbon fish. Ribbon fish were too difficult to catch, so they had to cast a deep net. Brother Yi, I heard from the people at the beach that they have never seen a live ribbon fish. When they arrived at the village, the ministers were arranged to rest, but they did not accept the arrangement and insisted on following. The people of Zhang village were not happy. We told you where to stay, but you didn't even take a look? Next time, don't be so enthusiastic. We are with Dongzhu. Why should we care about you? Actually, we can see a live one, but it will take a little effort. Li Yi really knew how to catch a ribbon fish alive. Ribbon fish were not sharks. Sharks did not have swim bladders, and they relied on their flexible bones to swim in the sea. Ribbon fish usually lived in deep waters. Once caught, or because of the ocean currents, the pressure in the ribbon fish's body would be too great. The swim bladders were the main cause, and if they were damaged, they would die. Altitude hypoxia was a similar situation. The high-altitude oxygen was thin, and people's ability to adapt was not good. Plateau, people suddenly came to a negative altitude basin, which was oxygen intoxication. Can we see a live one? Before you, Li, who said that ribbon fish would be auspicious when transported to Chang. And do you know? Song Jing stared at Li Yi and said, "When I cleaned your teeth, your eyes were not so round. Don't play this game with me. I don't need to explain to anyone." Li Yi stared at Song Jing. "If you don't understand, you can just ask. It's called asking for advice. You are asking for advice, but you treat it as a question. You think you are superior?" Song Jing's face changed. How is it a question of explanation? But, without waiting for him to finish, Li Yi pulled Princess Yongmu and left. Song Jing was dumbfounded. He did not expect Li Yi to turn hostile so quickly. He always thought that Li Yi was more tactful. Li Longji glared at him and quickened his pace to catch up with Li Yi. The others followed, while Song Jing hid at the back with an ugly expression. "Brother Yi, you haven't told me how you caught the cutlass alive." Li Longji did not ask about the tujue, and instead asked about the cutlass alive. "Set up a large net with 4 fixed supports and fix the hairtail within a certain range. Slowly raise the net, and the hairtail will rise bit by bit along with the net, slowly expelling the gas in the swim bladder." The speed of the net was very fast. Before the hairtail could expel the air from its swim bladder, it had already reached the top. The surrounding pressure was very small. The hairtail's swim bladder exploded, and the hairtail died. Humans need to decompress when diving, just like ribbon fish. Of course, it's not a problem with the swim bladder. Li Yi explained the whole process very simply. He put a big shrimp cage in the sea and slowly lifted the fish after it went in. Then he added, "Don't be fooled by the fact that the hairtail dies as soon as it comes out of the water. They're very powerful in the water. Look at their teeth. The meat is delicious." Li Longji understood the principle clearly. He thought that the hairtail had a bad temper and would die of anger after being caught. Steam it and eat it fresh. Li Yi stayed at night to treat the villagers to good food. Li Longji nodded gently. Guangping has been very irritable recently. The Tujue's affairs are still unresolved. The Tang dynasty is seeking stability internally. As the chancellor, he can't find a good solution. To put it bluntly, it's because he doesn't want to lose face that he has to talk to me like that. What did Confucius say? Li Yi looked at Princess Yongmu. Shameless to ask. Princess Yongmu immediately gave the answer. When Tian is smart. That's what it means. Shameless to ask someone who is not as high as you. Li Yi explained. Princess Yongmu and Li Longji, can it be explained like that? Are you sure that Li Yi's soul hasn't been swapped? Li Yi smiled and waved his hand. We have to keep the Tujue's affairs. The Tujue is a group of races, not just a single Tujue. The land is connected to the Tubo behind the Heshi corridor to form a large continent. We have to train our troops and have an army that can defeat the enemy at any time. Coincidentally, the Tujue's internal strife is now, so we have to be more active there. At the same time, we can suppress the Kaitins, the Shi tribe, and the Bohai Sea. The key is that after 2 years, we don't have to worry about military supplies. Where will the money come from? Bai Gu and the others had been following him, including Song Jing. He adjusted himself and didn't argue with Li Yi. Planting potatoes and corn. The local climate is very suitable. There are also many mines there. What's the saying? Oh, East Forest, West Mines, South Agriculture, North Herding. Li Yi was talking about the Inner Mongolia region. No, it was even further north. The mineral resources there were abundant. Moreover, they could raise cattle, horses, and sheep. There were also many other animals. Wolves were in packs and needed to fight. Zhang Jiling looked at Li Yi's side profile in surprise. You've already planned for Gangrou? What plan? It's just the general trend of the world. Li Yi wasn't lying. He had a map in his head and the races, resources, strategic locations on the map. He also knew where the wars were happening, who was fighting who, what was the reason for the war, and who was more powerful. Zhang Jiling said, build a road from there to Chang. Build a railway. We need to wait. Wait until the railway from Chang and to Haizhou is profitable. Then we can build another road. The people of the Tang dynasty need more tools. Tomorrow, I'll see if there are any suitable iron mines. Li Yi also wanted to build a railway. Money wasn't a big problem. Instead of using the mineral resources to build the railway, it was better to use them to make kitchen knives, sickles, hoes, and other household appliances. The railway from Chang and to Haizhou was used to transport goods from the Grand Canal during the dry season of the Yellow River in winter, as well as Haizhou's seafood and foreign trade. After thinking, Li Yi pointed to the north. Building a railway to the grassland won't make money. It's better to build it south along the Grand Canal and then go around to Guangzhou. But from Chang and to Chengdu in Shudi, Zhang Jiling thought of another route. This was profitable. Li Yi looked at Zhang Jiling in shock, as if he was looking at a lunatic. Are you going to build a railway? Do you know how much manpower and material resources were used to build that railway? How many people died? In the future, there will be bread and milk. Li Yi didn't refute Zhang Jiling. He was just being kind. They continued to stroll around the village. Once the matter was solved, they would leave a hole for future use. When it came to grassland, it gave the ministers a feeling of desolation and barbarism. Grass could grow very tall. Grass could grow very tall, and so could other crops. Xiao, he, what about the growth of rice and wheat? Yao, Chong couldn't help but ask. Wheat is fine. It needs much less water than rice. The same goes for potatoes and corn. Rice can't be grown, even in the Hetao region. Wheat can be grown in a latitude region, such as Denzhou in Hunan province. The region from east to west, including Chang, and is in the same latitude region. In grassland areas, dry farming should be the main staple crops, supplemented by cash crops such as rape and soybean. Sorghum is also fine. Li Yi patiently explained to everyone that the advantages of the local environment should be brought into play. Chapter 1519. Huainan is the orange and Huaibei is the ji. Song Jing, who was unwilling to be ignored, said. Li Yi didn't even look at him. Tangerine and Jiji are two different things. Jiji is Jiji no matter where it is planted. Song Jing, Huchi, Huchi. Yes, we still have ji planted in many places, especially wild ones. Grafting, write in the newspaper later. Grafting in autumn can successfully survive the winter. Li Yi didn't have time to care about Song Jing's mood. He thought of the citrus trees on the mountain or around the people's yards. Ji was actually quite delicious and could be eaten as medicine. Eating grapefruit to the skin was similar to the jis. There are citrus trees in the south. Let them graft grapefruit. The grapefruit is big and can be preserved for a long time. When it's harvest season, Slowly transport it over. It won't spoil. Li Yi thought of grapefruit again. Unfortunately, grapefruit couldn't grow in cold places. Princess Yongmu also ignored Songjing. Li Lang are citrus and orange different. Later, I'll list these out and classify them. You'll know when you see them. There's a picture. Li Yi said to Princess Yongmu with a gentle expression. Great. Princess Yongmu was happy. She could learn new knowledge again. Songjing hid behind. Even if he couldn't provoke them, he could still hide, right? He knew that he couldn't reason with Her Majesty, and it was the same for his colleagues. Li Yi was unreasonable. With a casual sentence, he began to think of ways to help the people, proving that he was full of people's livelihood. The villagers noted it down. When the newspaper came out, they quickly went to find orange branches and grafted them with citrus trees. Even if it was on the mountain a few miles away, the wild citrus trees grafted oranges to the branches facing the sun. When the oranges were ripe, they could pick them themselves. It was also okay for passers-by to pick them. They had to set up a sign to tell others who grafted the oranges. When eating, they shouldn't pick all the oranges, and they were not allowed to break the grafted branches. In front of them, a large group of children were playing under the care of adults. They were from the village, Zhuangzi, and rich families. The rich families treated the Zhang family's village as a high-quality kindergarten and primary school, the kind that could be boarded. Rest assured, the education he received was no different from that of the Li family Zhuangzi, including food and games. The adults in the village were not allowed to get close. The winged knights were there to stop them, but the children were fine. Li Longji looked around and saw that the children were all dressed well. When he left the capital office and went to other villages to look at the children, he would see a different kind of children. Li Longji had seen it the last time he went out, and he felt terrible. Those children had big snot running down their noses. Some of them had inflammation at the corners of their mouths. Their faces and hands were stained. Their hair was dirty and their necks were black. Looking at the child in front of him, even though it wasn't winter, he could tell that she was different. Her cheeks were rosy and tender. Her hair was neat and tidy, and her clothes were fitting. Brother Yi this winter, the children of the people of the Tang dynasty. Li Longji could not continue. Third brother, it's just a matter of habit. They're not used to using soap. The adults don't have time to take care of the children. It's easy to boil hot water. They just need to wash with hot water, rub the soap a few times, and apply glycerin, a byproduct of soap production. I've advertised it in the newspaper, saying that protecting it can increase the children's lifespan. The adults in the family will pay more attention to it and teach the children more. Li Yi was helpless. Some of the children wore clothes that were not bad. When the children had big snot, they didn't know how to keep warm and blow their noses. If the children had yellow snot, it meant that they had caught a cold and quickly drank ginger sugar water. Li Longji's mood improved when he heard this. So, the Tang dynasty is not too bad. It's better than before. Li Yi wanted to say that the living conditions were far worse than when he was in the past. However, the people of the Tang dynasty were more willing to improve their family's economic situation through hard work and let their children study. They never thought of using loans to buy things. Faith was still good. Debts were usually used to buy food when one was sick or in short supply. They were not used to squander money or spend on luxury goods. In another 2 years, new crops will be popularized, and the people will have surplus food. The imperial court won't be able to lend money, even if they want to. Li Yi mentioned the public debt again. In the name of the imperial court, the local government must guarantee that the money would be paid interest. The interest was used to pay the salaries of the local officials. Generally, if the ordinary people did not borrow money, the local rich families would bear the cost, even if the rich families did not need to borrow money. The public debt was still available now, and the interest was very low. Li Yi requested that the public debt was not allowed to be lent to other private lenders. Yao Chong and the others investigated again and again, and they always found that the local officials were violating the rules. The people who joined the regiment were different from those who were usually in power. They were ruthless when dealing with the officials. As they talked, the sky gradually darkened, and everyone went to eat. The main ingredient was seafood. The children's hairtail was braised in soy sauce. They did not use chopsticks. Their small hands were clean, and they grabbed the fish to eat, rubbing their hands and faces. Only the main thorn was left. All the thorns were removed by the adults. Are the red corals going to be used to issue exchange coupons? Bai Gu asked a nonsense question. First, promote the preciousness of the red corals. Make the small branches into jewelry, earrings, pendants, rings, bracelets, and sell them in Lanxiang Pavilion. Li Yi looked at Princess Yongmu. Princess Yongmu was going to have work to do. Wen and Lanxiang Pavilion had not been open for business for a long time. The rings in the Tang dynasty jewelry were strongly recommended by Li Yi, and they were given a special meaning. Princess Yongmu smiled sweetly. They could earn money again. Bai Gu smacked his lips. We can earn a lot of money in such a short time. What a pity! He wanted to say that the princess did not pay taxes and he could only watch. The princess donating money had nothing to do with him. Li Yi shook his head. Wen and Lanxiang Pavilion does not earn money in one go. Pearls, corals, tortoiseshell, and other biological treasures are maintained in the future. This includes the fur products and silk and cotton products sold in Lanxiang Pavilion. Maintenance is considered a long-term profit. Even if the clothes are torn, we can still mend them. A high price for a single item? I understand now. Bai Gu thought that he understood the essence of it. Princess Yongmu smiled. By Zaifu, Li Lang said that the maintenance and mend are free. I earn money from the sales of new products. The products sold in Wen and Lanxiang Pavilion are free for life. Otherwise, why are they so expensive? We do not provide maintenance for things not bought in Wen and Lanxiang Pavilion, even if we pay a high price. For example, if there is a hole in the clothes, we can repair it to the extent that it is not visible, and then Princess Yongmu explained. If there is a hole in the clothes you bought, you can mend it. The color of the clothes thread is different from the color of the thread when it is made. At this time, the thread needs to be repaired. After the mend is done, the buyer can even ask others to look at the damaged part of the clothes. It was not shameful at all because if one's clothes were not bought from Lanxiang Pavilion, one would not be able to receive this kind of treatment. Even the sewing and mending had a new identity. Therefore, when you find something new during the maintenance and mend, you will naturally have to buy it again. You can also sell some nourishing medicine. If the money is not enough, it will not reflect the nobility. Bai Gu looked at Princess Yongmu in surprise, then turned to stare at Li Yi, as if he wanted to see something from Li Yi's face. He wanted to say, "She used to be such a good princess, but you taught her to be like this. Doesn't your conscience hurt? I give some people dental implants and tooth cleaning for free. I also don't promote products. Some people enjoy it, but they are not grateful. Is there no conscience?" Li Yi actually saw the meaning in Bai Gu's eyes. He stared back. Chapter 1520. Xiao Yi, I heard that there are big crabs overseas. Lu Huaishan spoke at the critical moment. Why are you so angry when you come back? Yes, there are coconut crabs and king crabs. They're not delicious, but they have a lot of meat. They're not as fragrant as the river crabs and swimming crabs in the Bohai Sea. Li Yi said as he looked for his bag. There was a tablet in it, and he took a picture of it. Ching Song didn't eat. He stood by the side and directly opened the box, took out the tablet, and handed it over. It's like this. I didn't bring it back. The yacht didn't have enough space and load. It was almost consumed on the way, so I caught some seafood. Li Yi handed over the tablet and asked everyone to pass it around. He couldn't reduce the number of crabs he brought back for everyone. Those crabs were indeed not delicious. The taste of bluefin tuna was not comparable to pomfret at all. It was purely hype to think that tuna was delicious. Only the Chinese were qualified to define the world's cuisine. In terms of eating, Chinese cuisine was the ancestor of all of you. It's big, so it can fill your stomach. Li Qingqi believed Li Yi when he said that the taste was not good. He thought that it was acceptable for the taste to be a little worse. There are whales. Killing one is enough for many people to eat. In fact, as long as the fishing nets and fishing boats are done well, we can catch enough fish along the coast. There are also many fish in the Yangtze River and Yellow River, plus the river fish in the Jing Prefecture's water net. The best whale oil is used to light lamps and make soap. The whale meat is smoked at the seaside and can be preserved for a long time. When it's transported inland, it's steamed with preserved vegetables. It's okay. Li Yi knew very well that the Yellow River, Yangtze River, and the Tang Dynasty's seaside fish were impossible to catch. The fishing conditions were limited. The fishermen by the seaside earn less money because of several factors: follow-up preservation and processing technology, transportation costs, and household registration interference. The boats are small, the fishing nets are mainly made of hemp, and the boats are driven by manpower. The fishermen by the seaside did not really make good use of the marine resources. They were burdened by tools and regulations. Li Yi pointed out the problem. Why were the fishermen's lives so poor? Song Jing finally found an opportunity. If it's as Dr. Li said, how can we ignore the country's laws? The Great Tang had a vast territory and a diverse population. Thus, it was governed according to the land it was located in. What is lost, and people go with money. Rich lands have more mouths and less food. Poor lands are barren and overgrown with grass. Dr. Li, your words are out of bounds and your actions are out of control. You want to destroy the foundation of the Tang dynasty. Song Jing had told him to keep an eye on Li Yi with an expression that said, "Don't you know that I'm the Grand Saifu?" Li Yi carried the plate to the child's table and picked up a piece of braised hair-tail from the plate. He came back and put it on the table. "Look, third brother, I've never taught the people of the Zhang family's village how to fry and braise the fish." As he spoke, he used his chopsticks to peel off a layer of skin on the hair-tail. The hanging paste was not as thick as this. Because children like to eat vegetables and don't want to eat staple food, children with good economic conditions can eat vegetables. In order to let the children eat more carbohydrates, the villagers deliberately hung thick paste. When the children ate paste, they would eat noodles. This is called applying what you have learned and drawing inferences about other things from one instance. People can't be too rigid. When it came to growing vegetables, the commoners were all against the idea of climbing vines. When it came to planting chrysanthemum and lettuce, it was impossible to plant them in the same row as cucumbers. It was even more so for leeks. There were many tips written in the newspaper. I believe that the commoners thought that they could use them in other similar areas when they were learning. I've been out at sea for a long time. Are the books on politics and economics that I've written before piled up in a corner? As Li Yi spoke, he finally got to the point. Why was he so angry? The Tang dynasty was the same when he left, and it was the same when he came back. A group of people learned from the books that he copied. Was the knowledge in the books for the exam? Swish! The officials lowered their heads to eat. Today's dishes were really fragrant and delicious. They couldn't care less about other things. Li Yi continued to peel off the paste with his chopsticks. When I went out, I met a person on an island next to the Japanese Empire. When I came back, I saw him again. When he left, he had one boat. When he came back, he had 3 boats. He took the people from his hometown to sea to make money and was preparing to build a big boat. My elder brother was in charge of the coastal affairs. He wanted to see if there were any people on the coast who could bear the responsibility and be aggressive at the same time. He chose 1 or a few people from each place. He didn't want even numbers, but odd numbers like 1, 3, 5. He lent them money to build boats and buy nets. He gave the leaders a special pass and took them to Luoyang and Chang into sea. Li Yi told Li Qingqi that he not only knew how to raise problems, but also how to solve them. Anyone could just point out what was wrong. The key was what to do if it was wrong. Song Jing's face was red. He hated himself for being so talkative. His face was burning as if he had been slapped. Alas! Li Yi sighed and said to Song Jing, Prime Minister Song prioritized pragmatism in his subordinates. Those who rejected the good stewardship theory took the path of Ganyi. Zhang Xian, Zhu Yangqing, and Guo Xianzhou, who joined the Hunan army, took the position of Taoist priest. Prime Minister Song did things in a down-to-earth manner and chose the right talents. He was our role model. Jing knows that his talent is shallow and can only do such a small thing. I'm ashamed of the imperial favor. Song Jing raised his head and looked at Li Yi with gratitude in his eyes. Li Yi finally said something reasonable. Everyone, let's drink. The Tang dynasty has many guards. I'm very relieved. Li Longji was relieved and quickly changed the atmosphere. Everyone raised their cups and automatically ignored the meaning behind Li Longji's words, such as my subjects and this emperor. Li Yi finally finished peeling the paste and stuffed it into his mouth. He put the hair tail on Princess Yongmu's plate. Princess Yongmu picked up a piece of meat, turned around, and handed it to Xiaolan, who was standing behind her. Xiaolan quickly ate it and stood upright again. The prime ministers and the people in the group frowned when they saw this. They thought that Li Yi was ungentlemanly. How could he ignore the etiquette because of a woman? Li Yi ignored him. What was there to be polite about? I'm a male chauvinist. A man should take good care of a woman. If there's danger, a man should stand in front of a woman. Of course, when a man speaks, a woman has to listen. She can't be unreasonable. The ministers didn't dare to say anything. They had learned their lesson. Look at how Song Jing was criticized. After being criticized, he was still in the wrong. Who asked him to be inferior to Li Yi? His Majesty is now asking about politics. He's gambling with his life. Do you dare to compete with Li Yi? Yao Chong held his bowl and drank. He was happy. Finally, it was time to talk about others. His days as a prime minister, Yao Chong put down his bowl. The more he looked at Li Yi, the more he liked him. He remembered something. A few days ago, Quanzhou provincial governor Zhao Dong collected 800 taels of Zhang Ruibwa from Quanzhou's Jinjiang Zhang family in taxes. After that, he looked at Li Yi. Li looked back at him. You've collected it? 2,220 taels, plus interest, daily interest, compound interest, 1 tael per day. Bring it all back. I gave the money to Zhang Ruibwa and told him to build a ship. In the future, he can collect the taxes. At the development stage, he can't take the money. Li Yi knew what was going on. Since Yao Chong said it, he promised to catch the culprit. That provincial governor embezzled more than 60%. Princess Yongmu knew what happened. She clenched her left fist. He's not the only one. Peeling off layer by layer, there's little profit to be made. Wealth moves people's hearts. Li Yi understood too well. The poorer the place, the more corrupt the officials. However, in places with more mineral resources and money, the officials were equally corrupt. Isn't the compound interest of 1 tael per day too much? It's been about 2 months. In a few days it will double. Bai Go had memorized the number of days and breaths of time. The place is poor. The officials can't be poor. Have you cleaned up the relay station? Li Yi looked at Yao Chong again. Chapter 1521. Yao Chong felt awkward. Should he give Li Yi an answer? It felt like he was facing his superior. I've already sent someone to clean it up. Lu Chong, who had just joined the Revolutionary Army, did not feel ashamed. His life was saved by Li Yi. He was poisoned, and it was said that Li Yi could predict the future and save him in time. He had no way to repay the kindness of saving his life. Li Yi did not lack anything. No, he lacked someone who could help the Tang dynasty defend the last line of integrity. He was in the Revolutionary Army, and he would not allow others to be biased. Legislation should not only be for the people, but also for the law enforcement officers. Most of the time, the problem lies in the strength of law enforcement. The people at the top are either gentlemen or villains. Gentlemen can be deceived, villains can be tempted with benefits. The moderate faction is definitely not wanted. Li Yi said as he turned the table. He stopped and picked up food for Princess Yongmu. Guantong, also known as monkey leg vegetables, was a type of fern. It was divided into two types, green and red. It was the most common in the northeast. It was sent by chitin. It was still very young, so they quickly picked it and sent it to Chang and by boat. This is from chitin and Bohai Sea. The ones in Yin should have just sprouted. They can be picked for 2 more months. It's like chives, one batch after another. Li Yi introduced it to Princess Yongmu. This was the first time she had seen it. Oh, you have sprouted thorns, right? I ate them last year. Princess Yongmu was not in a hurry to eat. She had eaten it with dipping sauce before, and it did not taste good when fried. Then, she suddenly paused. Li Lang, are you saying that Chitin and other places are more proactive in their trade with us? As expected of our families when Tian. When a leaf falls, she knows how old it is. Li Yi quickly praised. Amazing. I'll give you a thumbs up. No way. Princess Yongmu lowered her head. The officials were stunned. So Chitin is in a hurry to do business? No wonder Li Yi was angry as soon as he came back. They couldn't even compare to Princess Yongmu. Su Yi reacted quickly. Your subject requests that we strengthen the defenses of the Chitins and the other tribes, so as to... Let's eat. Li Longji interrupted Su Yi's words. What do you mean by you are my subordinate? Who are you talking to? I am not the emperor now. What's more, what were you doing earlier? You're so positive, even after other people are talking about you. There are sprouts. Actually, we can raise them in the greenhouse. When the weather is hot, we can move them out of the greenhouse. When the weather is cold, we can move them out of the greenhouse. We can eat them fresh during the new year. Li Yi also picked up the monkey leg to eat. He did not like to eat it. The texture was smooth, like eating bamboo shoots. He did not like to eat bamboo shoots and lotus roots. Like cowpeas, other than eating cowpeas and pickled vegetables, he had no other interests. Don't touch the stalk of garlic when it's crunchy. It's delicious when it's softened in the pot. Let's plant a few more sheds and have more glass for the officials to eat. Everyone is working hard. Princess Yongmu thought of bribing the officials of the capital office. She did not spend money for nothing. The officials were indeed honest. The officials were honest, and the officials could also get some benefits. They worked hard. If someone lost a chicken, they would definitely find it. Even if it was stolen, they would investigate who stole it and how it was eaten. They would then compensate for it. The commoners did not care about a chicken. They cared about their safety. Chang and city and its surrounding areas suffered. At night, oil lamps cost money, but they illuminated people's hearts. When the commoners could not sleep in the middle of the night, they would go out for a stroll or eat something. The seller would pay more than the price of the oil lamps. All right, I'll listen to you. But don't always worry about the prime ministers. It's as if they are all useless. Li Yi continued to mock the prime minister. Bai Gu laughed. Xiao Yi, I have to say that your dental implants and tooth cleaning skills are really good. My tooth extraction skills are better. Li Yi emphasized the word extraction. Bai Gu took a deep breath and lowered his head to eat. It seemed that Xiao Yi's anger would not subside for a while. Li Dan was at another table, eating with the other women. She looked at them from time to time and wanted to laugh. When he was the emperor for a short time, he never dared to disrespect the prime ministers like this. He disrespected the prime ministers in public. Now it was fun. Xiao Yi dissed whoever she caught. How would the history books write about it? Song Jing and the others endured it. What else could they do? Threaten to resign? His Majesty promised that he would not take them anymore and replace them with another batch. Then Tuan Air would not be allowed to enter. He would retire and return to his hometown. It still depended on whether Li Yi would let them go. If he did not, he would write in the newspaper that the prime ministers did not have the ability and could only resign in shame. In the future, he and his family would. Some people did not enjoy the meal very much. They stayed in the Li family zhuangzi to bathe, read, and study together. The prime ministers also wanted to save face. They discussed and saw what could be done next. Without waiting for Li Yi to speak, the more he spoke, the lower their status would be. Li Yi slept soundly. It was better to stay at home. The Zhang family's living environment was very good. When he woke up, the sky was gloomy and the wind was humid. There was no need to think too much. There would definitely be rain, and it would be heavy rain. After tidying up, Li came out. Dong Zhu, I've sent people to watch over the planting area. The drainage is timely. Zhang Zhao's eyes were bloodshot. It was obvious that he did not rest much last night. Go to sleep. I'll call the farmer to take over. Li Yi was worried that he would suddenly die. Thank you, Dong Zhu. Zhang Xiao was indeed tired. There was a lot of pressure with so many important people. This rain is timely. Li Yi did not like the current weather, but he knew that the people were looking forward to it. Brother Yi, it looks like the rain is very heavy. Will there be flooding? Li Longji felt a little cold and did not know what to eat for breakfast. Impossible. The water level of the water network is low. It means that there is not much rain upstream of the Yellow River. After the rain, the water level of the water network will rise. Li looked at the sky. The dark clouds were rolling and the pressure was low, but it also gave people a different feeling. When faced with a huge crisis, the adrenaline would increase. It was a state of excitement. Normally, people would not pant so hard. The air they breathed contained very little water. When the pressure was low, they had to increase their breathing rate and breathe in more water vapor. In this situation, if it was not for the rain, the body temperature would drop. It was suitable for working and running. Li Longji took a deep breath. That's good. He felt good. Brother Yi was back, and life was as usual. No problem was a problem. If he asked the prime ministers, they would find someone else to answer. If he asked Brother Yi would answer directly. What do we have for breakfast? Li Longji asked about daily life. Children don't eat too much. Children are lively and like to run and jump. Adults eat things like hot noodles. The pressure is low. Hot noodles can easily cause stomach discomfort. Scallion pancakes, a small bowl of vegetable soup, add 2 fried eggs. Don't eat fermented bean curd, dried tofu, salted dried tofu, century egg mixed tofu, and other bean products. Drink some ice water first to clear your stomach. After breakfast, drink green tea. It must be hot and be blown on. Li Yi was giving medical advice. The average age of the officials was old. Drinking cold water would stimulate them. If they drank warm water, they would not be able to eat. If the stimulation was too high, there would be no problems. With him around, nothing would happen. Oh, if you had sex last night, don't drink ice water. Drink half a cup of warm water and then go to sleep. Li Yi added, I slept alone at night. Li Longji felt that Li Yi was talking about him. The old man did not bring a woman. Why would he have sex? Chapter 1522. Amidst the rumbling of thunder, the wind carried the raindrops and smashed them onto the ground. A layer of smoke-like mist on the ground was swept by the wind like waves. Not long after, there was water on the ground. The raindrops fell again and formed small splashing pits. The children couldn't go to class and were restless. The teacher took them to look outside through the glass window. The adults were busy wearing straw raincoats and bamboo hats. The little girl, Lele, was terrified. She thought of the weather on her island. A heavy rain fell, and many things were washed away. Some houses were broken. The adults cried and repaired the houses and looked for things. She had tears in her eyes and thought the place was the same. Lele, what's wrong with you? The little girl was beside her. When she turned her head, she found that the little girl was in a bad state. The rain washed away the houses. The little girl tried to organize her words. It was difficult for the 4-year-old to express specific words. When she spoke, tears fell. The little girl hugged her. "Don't be afraid. Our place won't be washed away. Master is powerful. Even if the sky falls, Master will hold it up." Oh, the little girl believed her and raised her hand to wipe her eyes. The people outside were also not afraid. In the past, when they encountered such things, they would ask the elders in the village. In Tang and city, more people went to the temples and asked the monks and Taoist priests. The emperor and the ministers asked the Huntian Overwatch Council. One relied on experience, the other relied on guesses. They looked at the stars and said a lot of nonsense. In the end, they gave a general idea of the situation. Li Yi came and collected data. At the same time, he compared historical records and county records. Li Yi checked the information and found that the current Guangzhou area could only be droughts and not floods. He found a paper that said there was a flood in Guangzhou in 714. In fact, east of Tang Mountain, including Hunan Province, there was a drought and then a plague of locusts. If there was a flood in Guangzhou, wouldn't the water flow from the Yellow River? Wouldn't it be distributed from the tributaries? The paper didn't give any specific sources. There wasn't even a reference. It was a graduation paper. The whole paper was 4,000 to 5,000 words. The teacher didn't check the information and just passed it. It wasn't easy. Li Yi was very angry. For a degree, they didn't care about their face. Of all people, why did he have to learn from me when I was just a graduate? How hard would it be for me to look up information now? In the future, I can't read any thesis for my bachelor's degree. Li Yi stood under the shed and watched, taking deep breaths from time to time. The 16th Guard, the winged knights, and the soldiers of Mount Tai Bai were scattered. They went to check out where the sudden rainfall had caused a large amount of water to rush into the field and help block it. Li Longji didn't go to the morning court. Last night during dinner, he solved the big problem. Song Jing and the others asked someone to send the items over and gave them to the Li family Zhuangzi for approval. "Brother Yi, aren't you going to perform the surgery?" Li Longji drank his green tea. He wanted Li Yi to examine the woman and the death row prisoner. Of course, the death row prisoner was Feng Qingdai. Women could not bear children. We can't do it unless someone's life is in danger. Otherwise, the air pressure is too low right now, and the secretion of human blood and body fluids will be greatly affected. For example, my eldest disciple Qingdai, Come, send the oxygen tank to Qingdai. Li was shocked. He forgot the key thing. The air pressure was too low, and the eldest disciple could easily get into trouble. Is there no way at all? Li Longji still wanted to fight with the heavens. There is a pressurized cabin, but it's not necessary. It's not that bad. Li Yi didn't disappoint Li Longji. They were not afraid of the heavens in this small matter. Li Longji's mood was really good. It's okay to not use it, but there must be a way. Your impression of the Zaifu has decreased. Li Longji asked. He didn't care who the Zaifu was. At worst, he could change. I feel that all those books I copied were in vain. Even if the Zaifu didn't directly teach the farmers to farm, at least he should have a policy to select people with strong farming ability and encourage them. If I were the Zaifu, when Li Yi went out, it was the beginning of the spring plowing. I would order the governor to ask who had increased the yield last year. I would give them a reward and order the agriculture temple to check. If it wasn't possible, I would abolish it. If it was possible, I would spread the land. This is an administrative responsibility. But determines one's head. One can't casually hit the bell. Li Yi challenged. For Zaifu, what did you guys do when I was out? Before I left many letters. Didn't you guys feel a sense of urgency when you read them? Facing the top students every year, has your spirit disappeared? Are you used to it? Wasn't this the same as the thoughts of some people in the past? If other countries had it, His own country wouldn't need to waste time to study it. In the global village, everyone had their own job. However, he didn't understand that no matter how round the moon was in other countries, it was unable to warm the hearts of his own people. Just one sanction and you would kneel. Global village, hee. The village chief of the global village would sell your land cheaply and then lead a group of bandits to break your legs. Could it be that the Zaifu didn't care because he always came up with ideas? Didn't they have any more ideas? Hurry up and use the books I copied. After that, I will increase my lifespan. When Lilongji heard this, he was also angry. That's right, the Zaifu didn't do anything. All they did was ask for money from this place or that place to build irrigation works. Can't your subordinates handle such trivial matters? How dare you give it to me? I think it's a matter of money. Brother, what do you think of changing the Zaifu? Lilongji wanted to transfer the first batch of Li family Zhuangzi students. The new batch will be even more disobedient and unfamiliar with the situation. The county magistrate won't know how to do it. Li Yi shook his head. It seems that the Tang dynasty will be fine this year. Lilongji decided to keep the 4 Zaifu. Yes, against the Tubo, we must strengthen the guidance of the people and provide guidance on planting and breeding. Against the cavalry, we must remove all benefits. Spread rumors that the winged knights will be sent out before the autumn harvest and recruit soldiers to attack with firearms. Against the Kaitins, Shi, and Bohai, we must increase trade and provide technical support to the local farmers. Against the later Turks, we must send men from the Tela clan to suppress them. The children and women must stay in the Tang dynasty. Against the barbarians, we must encourage the merchants of the Tang dynasty to form sea gangs to trade in foreign lands and collect information. Against the aristocratic families, we must lure them with benefits and adopt the strategy of gradually returning the investment. Against, Li spoke bit by bit. The entire situation of the Tang dynasty was in his mind. From the outside to the inside, he didn't leave out anything. When Lilongji heard this, he wanted to cry. If he had met Brother Yi a few years earlier, he wouldn't have come to the Xuanwu Gate again. Brother Yi used a series of methods to silently disintegrate all the enemy forces. Each of them was targeted and very direct. The rain continued to fall. The people began to clean up the debris in the canals, afraid that the water would overflow the dam. Some looked at the accumulated water in the fields and considered whether they should switch to planting rice this year. There was too much fertilizer in the fields. They couldn't bear to let the fertilizer go out with the water. Someone ran to the Ba River Bridge in a dilemma and shouted, "Li Dongzhu, I used too much fertilizer for plowing the fields. What if it rains heavily?" Li Yi received the report and was about to go out when Lilongji stopped him. "There's no need to rush. Arrange for him to rest in the shed. I'll ask the Zaifu." Lilongji wanted to see the Zaifu's ability to deal with emergencies. Chapter 15:23. Lilongji really went to ask. He really wanted to know what the prime ministers could do. Now that the people had encountered heavy rain and did not know how to deal with the fertilizer in the fields, the ministers said to find the people below. Then one day when the soldiers were under attack and it was very urgent, could the ministers say to find the people below? Lilongji left to find the ministers. Li Yi thought about it and went to the bridgehead. He called the other party over. The other party was searched and stood 10 steps away. He was not allowed to move forward. "Li Dongzhu, my family planted a lot of fertilizer. Should I soak it or open it?" The farmer was anxious. He had never used so much effort to accumulate fertilizer before. "What do you plant?" Li wanted to know first. If you planted rice, soak it. It also saved the step of opening a canal to draw water. Planting vegetables. The seedlings are already out. The person had a bitter face. "Where is your family? Hurry! Send someone to drain the water." The purpose of using fertilizer is to protect the seedlings. If the seedlings drown, why do we need fertilizer? Li Yi was worried. Farmers sometimes took things too hard. He could not reprimand or blame them. They had entrusted their hopes to him. Just like patients entrusted their lives to him. As a doctor, he played tricks, especially when the patient was lying on the operating table. He began to coerce and cajole. Conflicts arose. Only a small probability of patients choosing to kill the doctor, and a large probability of silently enduring it. Under what circumstances would a patient be willing to exchange their life for a life? The judgment of society was no longer important. Just like a slave who thought he was a slave but could still kill his master, there must be a reason. Li felt that in the medical field, patients were slaves. Even people in the non-medical field were slaves. When a slave rebelled against his master, the master of the medical field had to suppress it, and the other slaves would say, no matter what the reason is, killing is wrong. There was nothing wrong with that, because slaves under the slavery system thought they were slaves and should be bullied. They even thought that other slaves should not resist, and that resistance was wrong. That was why there was the saying, no matter what the reason is, it is wrong for a patient to kill a doctor. These people were slaves, no different from slaves who said, no matter what the reason is, it is wrong for a slave to kill his master. Li understood. That was why he had never provoked the patient before. Life was his own, and he was not a slave owner. Wasn't it stupid to expect the law to suppress an emotionally unstable patient and then provoke him from above? As a doctor, what was the purpose of intensifying the conflict? Now, people who worked in the fields could be trusted. Li had to take measures and send people to clear the way. At the same time, he patiently explained the situation to the vegetable growers. Dong Zhu, who was not part of the Li family Zhuangzi, was high and mighty. He consigned himself to interact with the common people at the bottom of society and showed them kindness. This was communication between people. He knew more than the other person, and the other person knew less. By speaking, the other person would understand as well. What is your surname? Don't worry, I've sent someone to help you. It was a little early to plant vegetables at this time. The seedlings were planted in advance, right? Do you have a greenhouse at home? Li pulled the other person to sit in the shed where he stayed on the other side of the bridge. The man nodded. Yes, Li Dongzhi, you know. I knew something was going to happen in the middle of the night. My name is Wang Damu. When the man who called himself Wang Damu spoke, he put his left hand on his left knee and covered his knee with his palm. Go get 10 dog skin plasters to dispel the cold and bring a charcoal stove over. Li nodded and ordered. Pine Tree and Purple Jade ran in different directions. Purple Jade was the fastest. It took less than half a minute to get the charcoal stove. Li put the charcoal stove next to Wang Damu's left leg. After thinking about it, he motioned Wang Damu to spread his legs and put the charcoal stove next to the inside of his left leg. Take off your pants. If your pants are wet, I can't roast them here. Oh, get your underwear and shorts. Li frowned and said something to Wang Damu. He suddenly understood something. Tao Hong ran away. Li was surprised. Before the plasters arrived, Tao Hong came back with the things Li asked for. There were 3 words embroidered on the underwear and shorts. Tao Yinqiang. Li looked and said to Tao Hong, Yinqiang is a good child. He's single and has only one mother. He learns skills quickly and is honest. It's just that he's not handsome enough. There's a scar on the right side of his face. That scar is... He originally had a birthmark. Later, when he was working, his former master accidentally splashed iron slag on that spot. He's not ugly. He looks like a man. Dongzhu, you're bad. Tao Hong helped add. After saying that, she realized and lowered her head. Damu, go to the side and change. Li understood and got down to business. Wang Damu took the clothes to change and came back to sit by the fire. His hands were still rubbing around his knees from time to time. Last night, your left knee felt uncomfortable and painful. It twitched and twitched. You knew it was going to rain today. Li handed over a bowl of handmade noodles with red oil. There were prawns, cabbage, smoked meat, garlic sprouts, and fried eggs. Wang Damu couldn't say a word. His tears fell into the bowl. If he wasn't holding the bowl, he would have knelt down. He didn't say anything when he came over. Li Dongzhu arranged for people to drain the soil and knew how to plant the plants. He even knew how to grow them in a greenhouse. As soon as he touched his knee, he asked someone to get the plasters and a charcoal stove. He could even tell that he hadn't eaten and arranged a bowl of noodles for him. He was indeed an immortal. Everyone was right. The black and white impermanents kicked him away, the judge knelt down, and the king of hell cried. The noodles are spicy. I added chili oil. To be precise, it's watercress and broad beans. Broad beans and soybeans are similar in some aspects. During the fermentation process, sodium glutamate is produced. Try it. Li Yi's voice was gentle. He didn't mention anything else and just told him noodles to ease all the awkwardness. At this time, Song Jing, who came over with an umbrella, also wanted to cry. Li Yi knew how to be gentle to an ordinary person. Why did he have to be so harsh to me? Li Dongzhu, can my legs still be healed? It was fine 2 years ago. Wang Damu stirred the noodles in the bowl with chopsticks. He was afraid that the noodles would stick. No problem. It's superficial. I'll tell you how to fix it later. It's very simple. Eat it. Someone will help to take care of the vegetable fields at home. Bring the plasters. This year, you don't have to go into the water. Just apply the plasters. It'll take you at most 24 hours. I'll also give you a rabbit skin bandage. It's hairy. Tie it before you sleep at night and take it off when you work in the morning. It's really useful to treat winter diseases in summer, especially rheumatism. Li Yi said slowly. At this moment, he felt like he was a professor in Beijing's Oblique He Hospital when he was making house calls. It was only for the patients. There were no personal material needs because they didn't need it. They already had too much. They casually looked at the radiographic films and diagnoses. They didn't say how serious the mistakes were. They just patiently explained to the patients how to treat them. They already knew that the patients cared about their health and life. Other medical problems could be dealt with later. Li Yi had once yearned for it. Today it was his turn. He was a little embarrassed. His standard was not enough. How is it? Li Longji held an umbrella outside and asked the officials. Chapter 1524. Li Longji had already mentioned the problem before he called everyone over. Some farmers had put a lot of fertilizer in their fields. What should they do when it rained heavily? All of the officials thought hard as they walked. They thought about it deeply and didn't dare to speak rashly. They felt like they were being overly cautious. The ministers felt wronged. Did Yao Chong and Lu Huaishan not do the same? They were no longer involved in political struggles and saved a lot of resources. They should be praised. Why did Li Yi come back and attack them? I think we should keep some of the fat. Su Er spoke first. Li Longji closed the umbrella and entered the shed. The rain was heavy and the wind was blowing. His trousers were wet. The others came in one after another and found a place to sit down. We can't keep the fertilizer. We should let it go. Song Jing and Su Yi had different opinions. Li Longji nodded and looked at Bai Gu. Bai Gu stroked his beard. We should keep it and let it go. We should let it go and let it go. The three ministers looked at Zhang Jiuling. Zhang Jiuling looked at Li Yi. I'll listen to what you say. The three of them looked at him in disdain. Was he shameless? Wang Damu was sitting comfortably on the fire. There was a rabbit skin cover beside him. He would put it on to keep it warm when he went out. He did not know the ministers, but he knew the clothes, including the goldfish bag. Hearing their conversation, he whispered to Li Yi, Li Dongzhu, didn't you send someone to let the water go? See, I was right. Song Jing said to Li Longji. Li Longji stared at him. What minister? My identity cannot be exposed. Why should we let it go? Bai Gu asked. Because. Song Jing thought hard and suddenly saw the rabbit skin. If the skin doesn't exist, the hair will be put down. Li Yi gave him a thumbs up. Good, You said something reasonable. Songjing sighed. It was not easy. He thought it would be a big deal. Su Yi frowned. Li Yi, release the water. The loss of fertilizer is too great. So be it. At least in theory. There will be more fish in the river. After soaking in the rain, part of the fertilizer will seep into the soil. It will still be good for the crops. Li Yi tried to reason with him. He paused for a moment before speaking to Wang Damu. Actually, it's not good to have too much fertilizer. Even the farmer's manure would burn the land. All the fat I've accumulated is gone. Wang Damu lowered his head, sadly. During the removal of silt in winter this year, let's divide the land for those who have land. With advanced tools, it will be more convenient to remove silt. Li Yi quickly thought of a solution. Yes, clear the silt and give everyone the silt. Let's dry it first so that it's easier to push it home. Removing silt was beneficial to the depth of the river, and at the same time, it increased the number of aquatic products. Even if the water is boiled, drinking clean river water is better than drinking river water that has a lot of filth buried in it. Zhang Juling rushed to say that he had learned it before and applied it. Wang Damu raised his head. I'll go help with the silt removal and fertilize the greenhouse. As he spoke, he drank a big mouthful of the soup in the bowl. It was spicy and satisfying. Li Yi picked up the spoon and scooped half a spoonful of soup and filled Wang Damu's bowl. He knew that Wang Damu could not bear to eat such white noodles. The more you soak, the more you soak. You have to eat the noodles. Su Yi was anxious for him. The soup is delicious. Wang Damu was embarrassed to say that he could not bear to eat the noodles. Li Yi nodded and peeled 2 cloves of garlic for him. Wang Damu bit down on the garlic. It was spicy. It was different from the spiciness in the soup. He could only eat the noodles to relieve the spiciness. Su Yi looked at Li Yi and felt that he had learned something. So he ate the noodles when he gave the garlic. This bowl of noodles is made with 90% powder. Damu, after you finish it, try another bowl with 80% powder. Help me see which one tastes better. Li Yi saw that Wang Damu's face was full of heartache. He had eaten too much noodles just now and quickly asked him for help. Ah, okay. Wang Damu happily ate the noodles. There was still one more bowl. After eating 2 mouthfuls, he suddenly realized something. His eyes turned red again. Li Dongzhu, you planted greenhouses and raised seedlings. You have accumulated a lot of fertilizer. The money you earn is actually more profitable for the Tang dynasty. Seeing that everyone is living a good life, I am naturally in a good mood. What you gain is precisely because you put in the effort. If everyone is like you, the Tang dynasty will definitely prosper. When that time comes, I will eat wherever I go and won't have to spend a single cent. Li Yi continued and encouraged Wang Damu. Wang Damu nodded vigorously. Yes, Li Dongzhu, don't worry. I will work hard. We have discussed that I will write the book of 10,000 people for you to use as the Prime Minister. The 4 Prime Ministers. Did we steal your bowl of noodles? Is it because we didn't peel the garlic for you? Do you have some misunderstandings about us? Lower your voice. The 4 Prime Ministers are here. Them. Li Yi held back his laughter and pointed at the 4 people. Wang Damu looked up again. He hesitated for a moment, then explained, I was wrong. I was talking about the minister. Wei Jigu, I am the minister. I was talking about the assistant minister. There aren't any assistant ministers, right? Wang Damu was anxious. There aren't any. Don't worry, the assistant ministers aren't qualified to be here. Li Longji wanted to laugh. He was in a good mood, and even his breathing became smoother in the heavy rain. Report. Urgent report from the source of the Yellow River. A voice came from outside, and everyone's attention was finally diverted. Li Dongzhu, I'll change tents. Wang Damu stood up with his bowl. Sit down. It's not a big deal. Li Yi didn't want to trouble the other party. Send in. Li Longji ordered. A non-commissioned officer came in, dripping with rain. Take off your clothes. Li Yi looked at the non-commissioned officer and said, "This." The non-commissioned officer glanced at the palace maids. The palace maids turned around at the same time, and a Chenyo guard of similar height and fat took off his outer clothes. The non-commissioned officer took out an oiled paper bag and put it aside. He struggled to take off his clothes, put on his outer clothes, and wrung his hair. Li Yi gave him half a ladle of cold water. The non-commissioned officer gulped it down and gasped for breath. Everyone was relieved to see him like this. It really wasn't a big deal. Report. Provincial Governor Guo said that the weather is getting warmer, and he needs farming tools and seeds. The non-commissioned officer opened the oiled paper bag and took out a letter sealed with wax. Gao Lisha received it and checked the wax. He took out a small knife and opened the letter, then handed it to Li Longji. "How's the weather? Is there any snow on the ground that hasn't melted yet?" Li Longji wasn't in a hurry to read the letter. "The weather is still cold. When the spring breeze blows, my hands and face feel like it's being cut by knives. Fortunately, there are skincare products sent by Li Dongzhu. There was also snow, but it could not be seen at the foot of the mountain. The higher up the mountain, the more snow there was. The snow lotuses had not bloomed yet, and the locals said that they would soon bloom. The grass has grown, and everyone is grazing. The Tubo tribe that just joined the Tang dynasty is stable and has handed in their weapons. Provincial Governor Guo wants to grow rapeseed, highland barley, and soybeans, but he lacks farming tools and seeds." The non-commissioned officer knew what everyone wanted to know, so he gave a brief introduction. "I'll ask someone to make farming tools." Song Jing knew that this was a big deal, so he had to pass down the order. "Yes, brother, he asked us to make them in the letter he left. The Workers' Alliance has already made them." Li Qingqi, who had been silent all this time, spoke up with a serious expression as if he had a special request for the noodles. Sui glanced at Li Yi. "So the seeds are also ready?" "The carrot seeds for the Hushi and Anchi provincial governors have been packed," Li Longji said. "That's good." Sui looked like a kindergarten kid who had made a mistake, and his face was full of grievances. "I have no problem with the follow-up baggage," Bai Gu said hurriedly. He was indeed in charge of this because he had always been in charge. Chapter 15:25. Wang Demu lowered his head and ate the noodles carefully, not daring to slurp. It was just a simple matter of getting seeds and farming tools from the army at the source of the Yellow River, but in his mind it was a big deal. He was so excited that his hands trembled slightly. It turned out that there was no news, and the Tang dynasty's imperial court had already prepared everything. This was his Tang dynasty, amazing. The winged knights and other soldiers should be rotated. 1/3. Qinli come back. Li Yi did not ask for others' opinions. The recruits from Mount Taibai should also go? Song Jing did not object to the rotation, but he wanted to add an extra army. Ask them to come over and replace some of the 16 guards. The 16 guards will go over, and the previous 16 guards will come back. Li Yi shook his head and gave another answer. Why? Zhang Jiuling, Yao Chong, and Lu Huaishan showed tacit understanding. They are called recruits, but in fact they will be used as His Majesty's personal soldiers. In the past they were stationed at Mount Taibai for training and only had a little contact with the people when they were catching rabbits. Compared to the winged knights and the 16 guards, the recruits lack more interaction with the people and have no love in their hearts. Only by taking over the 16 guards' work and increasing the opportunities to communicate with the people can they know why they are fighting. It is definitely not for money. Li Yi considered the military's mentality. The 30,000 recruits were not weak. They were not tenacious enough to fight for money. The Maoist army was powerful because of the stubbornness in their bones. They were a fighting nation. The Rabbit Army was awesome because it was in the soul and fought for the motherland and the people. The overall quality of the 30,000 recruits was inferior to the winged knights. They could not beat them. They were more powerful than the 16 guards, but they still could not beat them. The 16 guards had been deeply involved in the people's lives in recent years. They would fight for their lives. Good. Li Longji supported and transferred the recruits to Chang'an. Z, do you still have children in your family who can be sent to the border? Li Yi asked Guazi, who was standing next to Li Longji. Yes. Guazi was happy. Arrange for them to start as soldiers. Li Yi gave them a chance, but not a good position. He believed that even if Guazi's family members were to be soldiers, they would soon be successful. Most importantly, Guazi's family was loyal and had a long history. What else? Baigu waited for a while. Seeing that Li Yi didn't say anything, he asked, There's nothing else for me to do. You're the Chancellor's assistants, and I can only disperse. Do I have real power? Li Yi wanted to say that he was just an ordinary official, but he suddenly recalled that there was an official, the General of Heavenly Strategies. In the history of the Tang dynasty, only Li Shimin was able to hold the position of General of Heavenly Strategy and appoint officials by himself. It's fine. You guys deal with it. I still have to busy myself with planting new seeds. Li Yi waved his hand. If I don't open a manor, why would I need to use the name of General of Heavenly Strategies to find my own aides when I appoint officials? The Li family Zhuangzi still has a lot of dried wood ears, right? Supplements or something. Song Jing was thinking about Li Yi's things. Yes, including the dried mushrooms that can be planted. Zhuangzi will donate 9,000 caddies. Li Yi agreed. He didn't feel any heartache when he gave it to the soldiers at the front lines. He estimated the amount of dried wood in Zhuangzi and gave the data. The imperial plantation will donate half. Li Longji didn't feel any heartache at all. He planted large tracts of wood ears and baskets of mushrooms. This was called transforming production technology into productivity. Dried wood ears were made from wet wood ears. The amount of dried wood ears made from wet wood ears could be soaked into the same amount of wet wood ears, or even more. This was because the wood ears weren't completely wet when they were harvested. Ribbon fish is good. How should we give it to the soldiers? Song Jing made another request. He knew that a bunch of seafood had been sent over before. It didn't include ribbon fish, but shrimps, dried shrimps, kelp, parsley, dried salted fish, and braised prawn sauce. Li Yi stretched out 2 fingers. Canned ribbon fish is usually fried and soaked in oil. The other method is to air dry ribbon fish. I'll think of a way to get tens of thousands of caddies and send it over. Su Yi said there are new people. Should we send a batch of pressure cookers and enamel products? Both. The pressure cookers should be given to each household. As for the enamel products, it should be given as a reward. Li Yi agreed and suggested another method. It shouldn't be offset by taxes, right? Baigu was worried about the Li family Zhuangzi's taxes. Li Yi spread his hands. It doesn't matter. How can you bully people like this? What's so great about being a Zaifu? Do you think I won't use the book of 10,000 people to slap you? Wang Damu understood. The group of people wanted things from Li Dongzhu, and Li Dongzhu agreed to all of them. Just because he's a Zaifu, he can bully honest people? Do you think it's easy for Li Dongzhu to make money? How much money does your family have to fork out? Li Dongzhu, don't be afraid of them. I'll protect you with my life. I'll go back and find the others now. Wang Damu glared and clenched his fists. He looked like he was going to risk his life. He was prepared to fight to the death. Don't. It's fine. Damu, sit down and eat. I have a lot of money, but the chancellors don't. Let them bully you. Li Yi stopped him. Xiao Yi, you can't do this. If your words spread, how can we still be chancellors? Baigu was anxious. Are you trying to kill us? Gang Ro, explain yourself. I'm scared too. Zhang Juling wanted to cry. Who's bullying who? I want to resign. I want to go home. Su Yi looked at Li Longji. Brother Yi, don't joke like this. Li Longji said helplessly. Li Yi nodded. Damu, I'm just fooling around with the chancellors. I'll give them the things they want. Otherwise, what's the point of earning so much money? You have money to eat good food. Oh, you don't lack food. You don't lack clothes either. You look for women. Damu, will you look for women if you have money? Princess Yongmu asked. No, no, no. I have a wife. How would I dare to look for other women? Oh, Li expressed that he understood. No, Li Dongzhu, I'm not afraid of my wife. More people said. Oh, what? Wang Demu was angry. After my wife married into the family, I didn't give her a good life. Later, when Dongzhu was collecting tea leaves and wormwood, I took care of the land. My wife brought the children to pick tea leaves and cut mice. After saving money to build a greenhouse, my life started to get better. Are you all saying that my wife is not good? Damu, I'm sorry. Li Yi stood up and bowed. Sorry. Everyone bowed together. Don't. I will work hard and buy new clothes for my wife. I use soap now and buy perfumed soap and perfume in the future. I will hug her to sleep. I won't talk to you anymore. Wang Damu didn't know what to do. A group of officials were apologizing to him. Oh my God! Li Lang, Zhuangzi has a batch of soaps that are damp. You said that you want to throw them away. Why don't you sell them to others at a cheaper price? We can even get some money back. Princess Yongmu didn't feel comfortable apologizing. She thought of a way. Li Lang, 20 pieces of soap. That's at least 10 coins. Xiaolan said. Wang Damu looked at the two of them. Just say that you want to give it to me. I know. You want to give it to me. What damp? I'm not stupid. Then I'll give you a set of skincare products and women's items. Don't be shy. If you have the chance to meet the officials, you can give your wife something to prove that you've met them. Xiao Lan followed his words. This person was indeed interesting. Deal. Wang Damu happily agreed. He did want to give his wife a set of items. He didn't want what others gave him. Since Li Dongzhu gave it to him, he would accept it. Chapter 1526. The rain did not stop, and the wind gradually died down. There was a pile of things beside Wang Damu. They were for his wife and his 2 children. He also had a set of woodworking tools, stone masonry tools, and farming tools. He ate the noodles slowly, glanced at the gifts from time to time, and laughed heartily. Everyone looked at him in a good mood. He was a good citizen of the Tang dynasty. He was hardworking, honest, loyal, honest, and calm. Li Yi held the new woodworking tools and explained their uses. There were pieces of wood beside him, and he personally operated them. He did a set of carpentry work very well. Damu, my hands are not good enough. I can only demonstrate the new tools to you to this extent. Take a good look and go back to think about it. I'm not a carpenter, so my knowledge is too shallow. A man has 100 hands and a hand has 100 fingers, but I can't point to one end. A man has 100 mouths and a mouth has 100 tongues, but I can't speak in one place. There is no all-rounder in the world. There is a limit to my life, and there is no limit to my knowledge. If there is a limit, there is no limit. Li Yi used his tools to make a set of Luban locks. He put them together and took them apart with a clattering sound. This was his woodworking. He did not use any ruler for the mortise and tenon structure. It was all based on his eyes and hands. Princess Yongmu held Xiao Lan's hand with a happy face, thanking God for choosing such a man for her. Oh, even God is afraid of my man, and there is also the king of hell. The officials looked at Li Yi's operation and listened to Li Yi's words. They felt that Li Yi was scolding them. In Li Yi's time, to put it simply, he was an academician who had held the national record for the 110-meter hurdles for many years. Look at Li Yi. Administration, political struggles, military training, military design and manufacturing, strategic deployment, tactical arrangements, agriculture, fishing, animal husbandry, water conservancy, land transportation, water transportation, foreign trade, culture, art, medicine, education, chemical industry, economy. We've been watching you throw out new things, and you're telling us that there's a cliff in learning and there's no end to knowledge? Li Yi himself knew that his carpentry skills were indeed not as good as the carpenters of the Tang dynasty. Any random carpenter would definitely be better than him. His greatest contribution to the craftsman industry of the Tang dynasty was to provide a lot of standard tools and the most precise wooden bed to make a generation of tools. Then they would use the first generation tools to process the second generation tools. Good craftsmen would use the second generation tools, while those who were slightly worse would use the third or fourth generation tools. The precision would become lower and lower. In the past, good craftsmen had their own set of measuring tools, wooden rulers, rope rulers, and rules. Even when building a wooden building, they would look for them. It was very difficult for ordinary carpenters to make a standard tool. It was just like how scholars would make more mistakes when copying a book. The precision of the tool would gradually change. Li Yi used the Craftsmen's Alliance to set the first-generation tools as a benchmark and compare them with the second-generation tools. The craftsmen of the Craftsmen's Guild had a set of standard measuring tools. They were very proud. Together with graphite pencils, natural talc pencils, and mixed red and blue pencils made of clay and paraffin wax, it was equivalent to having a complete set of the 4 treasures of the study. There was also a glass ruler that was more convenient to carry around. Otherwise, he would need to use the floating wood method and the hanging rope method. Together with the hanging awl and ink bucket, the household furniture was almost ready. Wang Damu finished the noodles in a few mouthfuls. He wiped his hands on his clothes and carefully stroked the entire set of tools. He muttered, "This is great. This is great. I don't need to spend money to find someone to do the household chores. I just need to learn what I don't know. I just need to be willing to work hard." Li Yi's lips curled into a smile. He was full of memories. His grandfather and people from the older generation all worked by themselves. Carpentry, brick, and tile work. They tied fences, built stone walls, built brick houses, found people to help with the beams, made Kong beds in the north, did tiles, and made furniture. Just like people in countries where labor costs were high, they had to know how to work themselves and could not afford to hire people. Now, looking at Wang Damu's appearance, he probably wanted to pass down the tools to his family. Li Yi saw Wang Damu's helpless look and said softly, "When you leave, wrap it up with a cloth and send someone to drive it. There are too many things." "Li Dongzhu, I don't know how to thank you. I will go back and ask someone to write the 10,000 people." "There's no need to write. If you want to hit me, just come and hit me. Let's see how many hits my bones can take." Bai Gu was angry. "Where did you hear that the 10,000 people book could hit Zaifu? Aren't you a farmer? Why are you always thinking about hitting me? Who spread this?" Zaifu bullied Li Dongzhu. Li Dongzhu needed the 10,000 people book to retaliate? No, it's me, you, Ownerly, and a bowl of noodles with 80% powder." Wang Damu was shocked and quickly changed the topic. "Ha ha ha," Li Longji laughed. The others could not help but laugh as well. "He he he." Wang Damu lowered his head and rubbed his left knee. "Li Dongzhu, we want 100 sets at the border," the soldier who reported the news requested with a bowl of noodles in his hand. "Okay." Li Yi did not even ask and directly agreed. There were craftsmen in the army. The craftsmen's tools were probably not good enough. The good tools sent were not enough. Bai Gu opened his mouth, but held back. He wanted to ask Li Yi if the 100 sets of tools could be deducted from the tax, but he was afraid that Wang Damu would go back and get the 10,000 people book. He did not know when the 10,000 people book, which was used to praise officials, had become a tool to help Li Dongzhu beat up the prime minister. In the long run, how could the prime minister leave a good reputation? When the local officials returned to Chang and to report on their work, they still dared to ask for the 10,000 people book. If they asked for it, would they be unhappy with the prime minister? Li Dongzhu dictionary. I don't want a profound dictionary, just the most common one used by the people of Chang'an. The non-commissioned officer was not polite in front of Li Yi and asked for things. "Okay, also pencils and paper." Li Yi still agreed happily. A smile appeared on the soldier's face. "Yes, The brothers want to read more books and learn tactics from the winged knights. They want to draw maps. If the brothers on patrol find something useful, they can't write or draw it. They are afraid that they will miss the opportunity. Every time a new newspaper is sent to Chang, and the brothers will find literate people to read it at night. Listening to it, they will not feel that Chang and is far away. Li Yi was silent. He scooped half a bowl of soup for himself and drank it in small sips. Send more newspapers. The newspapers are printed on one side. We can practice writing on the back. When Su Yi heard the non-commissioned officer's words, he felt uncomfortable. He was in charge. How could the Li family Zhuangzi lack the money for newspapers? Not long after, snoring sounds came from the tent, breaking the harmony of the rain. The non-commissioned officer sat there holding the bowl. His head was nodding, but the bowl did not drop. You are holding the bowl tightly. Wang Damu was a little dumbfounded. You can grab things when you are sleeping? You can use it as a weapon. You will get used to it. Li Yi put down the bowl and walked over to take the non-commissioned officer's bowl. He put his hands on the top of the bowl. As soon as he exerted force, the non-commissioned officer suddenly raised his head. Are we at the next relay station? Li Dongzhu? I am going to sleep when I get there. You rest first. Li Yi took the bowl. I haven't finished eating. There's still a few mouthfuls left. It would be a pity to throw it away. The non-commissioned officer resisted the sleepiness. Give it to me. Li Longji walked over and took the bowl. He picked up the non-commissioned officer's chopsticks and rubbed them on his sleeves. He picked up the bowl and stuffed it into his mouth. Then he raised his head and drank the soup. The people in the tent stared with their eyes wide open. Li Longji wiped his mouth with his sleeve. Go to sleep. Someone come. Carry it and cover it well. Don't let it get wet. Chapter 1527. The non-commissioned officer was carried away. He was not drenched by the rain, but his sideburns were wet. Brother Yi. Li Longji took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. Don't worry, third brother. I'll publish a military report for the soldiers at the border. Also, I'll give the students who didn't pass the exam this year something to do. I'll tell them the questions for next year's exam in advance. I'll ask them to write poems and songs at the border. I'll ask the soldiers at the border which poems and songs they like to sing. When the time comes for the exam, one poem will make up for one wrong question. One song will make up for two wrong questions. If someone answers all the questions correctly, they'll get extra points for the poems and songs. They'll get a special grade. Li Yi knew what Li Longji wanted to say, so he gave him a solution and looked at Guazi at the same time. Guazi got a special grade in the military examination. How high was his position? When other people took the arts and martial sciences exams, even if they got first place, they would still study first before becoming a rank 7 official. Guazi started as a rank 6 official in history and was still a rank 6 official now. The highest rank in charge of the Winged Knights was a rank 6 official. The officials looked at each other, speechless. They thought that Li Yi would tell them the number of things given when His Majesty called him Brother Yi. However, Li Yi didn't mention it at all and talked about something else. It meant that Li Yi didn't need to worry about the number. He was thinking about the big picture. The difference appeared again. How could he use the book of 10,000 people to beat people up? Good. Li Longji was satisfied. He didn't know what to do. He just wanted to do something. He might as well ask Brother Yi directly. Wang Damu was excited again. He was involved in something big again. The noodles would be finished eventually. He drank the last mouthful of soup and walked out under the instructions of others. He changed into a new set of clothes and went home to wash them. When he reached the entrance of the tent, he turned around slowly. The officials suddenly became alert. Li Dongzhu, I'm leaving. Wang Damu left and went out. Goodbye. Li Yi replied. Sigh. The 4 officials sighed at the same time. They finally didn't have to hear the book of 10,000 people. They were so happy. The soldiers at the border have it tough. Without a strong backing, it's hard to gain military merit. Li Qingqi picked up the teapot and added water to the pot. The boiling soup instantly calmed down. Defending it is a military merit. The only thing that matters is the land that cannot be given. Li Yi had never believed that killing the enemy was considered a military merit. Their responsibilities were different. Those who guarded the city were responsible for ensuring that the city did not fall, which was a great merit. The quartermaster delivered the baggage to the destination within the stipulated time, which was also a meritorious service. Song Jing stared at the simmering soup. If you don't give us the land at the border, why? Ugh, when will it open? He was used to rebuking Li Yi, but he changed his words at the critical moment, afraid that he would be rebuked again. We'll still use them to guard the land. They're used to living in one place, especially the Hushi Jidushi and Longyu Jidushi's prefectural troops. If the land was not given to them, it would be given to others. Others would farm the land, while they were only responsible for being soldiers and receiving a salary. After performing meritorious deeds, one would be awarded medals based on their contributions. The more medals one had, the higher their salary would be. For example, if he were to raise his salary by 1 level, he would receive an additional 5 yuan every month. Only in this way could he put an end to the problem of the Qin dynasty's generals and soldiers who had rendered meritorious service without any rewards or titles. Old Bai, what do you think? Li Yi explained his idea and asked Bai Gu. Bai Gu pondered for a moment. Using land as a reward is because the imperial court has no money. Since the imperial court has ample finances, it's more practical to give them money. Song Jing sat back. That was close. He almost blurted out that he would have to think twice before talking about Li Yi in the future. Su Yi's eyes lit up. If that's the case, can the Zhejiang's prefectural troops train more in the future and take back their land? Give them cattle. Some of them will take turns to raise the cattle, while others will patrol and train. They will be used as local security personnel, but they won't be controlled by the local government. Try to separate the military and politics. Hushi Jidushi and Longyu Jidushi will be the pilot. Li Yi objected to taking back the former land. He wanted to take back the land as the next stage of the policy. Raise cattle? Why? Su Yi didn't understand. Feed them grass. Li Yi joked. They still need to drink water, right? Su Yi looked at Li Yi from the corner of his eyes. Without land, they will feel uneasy. The currency will depreciate. If there's more food, it will also depreciate. They don't need to sell the food. They can eat it themselves. Can their stomachs hold more food? Li Yi didn't want to answer such a simple question. He had food in his hands, so he didn't panic. The soldiers of the Zhejiang's prefectural troops had families. If the land was taken away, what would their families do? They would have to rearrange it. The soldiers at the front lines would be worried that their salaries weren't sent to their families on time. Their parents, wives, and children would starve. If the enemy spread rumors, how would the morale of the troops be raised? Zhang Jiling stood up and walked to the entrance of the tent. He looked at the rain outside and asked, Gang Ro, what should the military report write? His Majesty and the chancellors need to take action. They need to meet the injured soldiers and send gifts to the families of the martyrs. They need to spread the spirit of protecting the family for the country, the gratitude of the people of the Tang dynasty to the soldiers, and the relationship between the army and the people. They need to make the soldiers feel that they are sacred, dedicated, and sacrificed. They will also send civil servants to different border posts and publish it in the newspapers. They will send the newspapers to the front lines, and the soldiers will see it. Li Yi was good at how to spread the news. He just copied it. He had seen too many similar things in the past. He knew that it was propaganda, but he was still touched by it because it was all true. Song Jing hesitated again and again. Isn't the bonus point of the imperial examination too simple? Let them pass the exam and be assigned to a place. If they can't do it, then take them down and bully them. They can't blame anyone. If they are assigned to a remote and poor place and don't want to go, they will be removed from their official position and never be hired again. Li Yi's voice was calm, but his words were harsh. It was the same punishment as when he joined the army and didn't want to live a military life and insisted on leaving. No, the Tang dynasty was stricter. The Zhichong of the Tang dynasty didn't ask for personal opinion when choosing a place. They said that if you were a soldier, you would be. If you don't want to do it, you will be beheaded. However, it wasn't the same for the officials. If an official was assigned a position and refused to take the position, they could still be reconciled. They could wait and see if another one would work. There were also some who became officials and didn't do proper work. For example, in history, Wang Wei passed the imperial examination and insisted on playing with monks and Taoist priests. When Song Jing became the prime minister, he removed 2 officials from their official positions and made them Taoist priests. Wang Wei, on the other hand, did not give them any face. Instead, he replaced them with empty positions and continued to play with the monks and Taoist priests. Li Yi didn't allow it. Did you officials think it would be fine if you didn't go? The local people were waiting for the officials to take the position to help improve their lives. If you delay it for a month, it might be the spring plowing or autumn harvest. Who would compensate the people for this crucial time? This year, many students failed the imperial examination. However, the students who rented the houses by the river in Zhuangzi all passed the exam. There were few A's, many B's, and many others who didn't pass the imperial examination. Song Jing felt that he wasn't criticized. Li Yi only talked about the method, so he mentioned the results of the imperial examination when Li Yi was away. Last night, I learned that the students who didn't pass the imperial examination still wanted to live in the houses. The Li family Zhuangzi is not open to them. They can only rent houses in the south of the city. After next year, they won't rent houses in the south of the city. The situation changes every year. The students who hesitated missed the opportunity every year. Li Yi smiled slyly. The first-year students didn't look good. They all got A's. The second-year students didn't receive the same treatment as the first year. They all got A's. In the third year, a large group of people passed the imperial examination. In the fourth year, Chapter 1528. No one understood Li Yi's intentions. Zhuangzi didn't allow people to enter, and the riverside buildings weren't a hindrance. Brother Yi. Li Longji was used to addressing I Ching as such today. One day, if I suddenly say that the first batch of students will live in houses open to the public and only accept 42 people, will they work hard for this condition? Li Yi spoke of his plan. Was the row of houses precious? Everyone nodded. Those who had children wanted to enter the Li family Zhuangzi. If one of them entered, he could help the other children become officials. The number of places in the imperial court was limited. Lu Huaishan was tempted. What kind of condition? Many people are unwilling to learn the knowledge I teach, so I will test them on this knowledge and choose the top 42. In fact, I should choose the first few hundred students and only open the houses, nothing else. I will think of a way to teach the students of the Li family Zhuangzi and guarantee that they will achieve good results and be promoted. Li Yi didn't shy away. This was his plan. All the major academies and schools had to stand aside. This was a middle grade school. Xiao He, I remember 2 years ago when you asked for people to come over, everyone was busy and couldn't make the trip. Could you? Yao Chong asked regretfully. Aren't your 2 sons fine? Li Yi was surprised. 3. Yao Chong stretched out 3 fingers. Yes, 3. The eldest is not dead. The eldest and the second are just using your position as the prime minister to cheat people. Li Yi remembered and looked at Wei Zhigu. Wei Zhigu cupped his fists at Li Yi. He didn't need to say anything. He saved his life and even helped him vent his anger. My brother also has children. Yao Chong could only say this on this special occasion. Your brother's children committed a crime. You are a member of the group. Li Yi thought of another problem. Don't worry, I'll take care of it. Lu Chong said. I promise to take care of it. Yao Chong can't protect him. Old Yao, I'm not accepting any offers recently. I'm busy. I still have to practice. Surgeries later. Give out a set of my books and learn them first. Li Yi refused. If he missed this opportunity, he wouldn't be able to start over. This wasn't a game. That's fine too. Yao Chong agreed. What else could he do? Old Zhong, what are you doing now? Li Yi suddenly thought of someone. Who? Several people asked in unison. Zhong Xiaojing, the former Minister of Revenue, became the vice president of the Tang dynasty's Calligraphy, Publicity, and Research Cooperation Association. Li Longji did not forget about this. Third brother has a good memory. What's my position again? Director? The weather was warm, so activities were organized. In the capital office, the people were working hard to learn how to read and write. They were divided into different levels and held calligraphy and painting competitions. Everyone who participates in the prize will be given 10 coins. Depending on the level of the group, the prizes will be different. Li Yi felt that he was not qualified to be an official. He did not organize activities and did not donate money. The newspapers, dictionaries, and the words used were all written by old Zhong. He was exhausted. The officials were at a loss. What did Li Yi want to do? Your calligraphy is good. Even if it's terrible, who dares to say it's not good? At least we don't dare to belittle it. We are afraid that it will spread and the people will write a book about it. Forget about it. Don't have nightmares tonight. Wang Damu, you're harming people. Li Yi turned around and used a spoon to scrape the foam out of the soup pot. The water in the kettle was cold just now, and the foam at the bottom was stirred up. He patiently scrubbed the foam and said, with special publicity needs, promote the development of the local economy, form industrialization and scale, establish a culture with local characteristics, and create a local business card. It's not written in the book? A large group of officials wanted to cry. This sentence was written, and they had an impression. Then what? Calligraphy and painting require brushes, ink, paper, inkstone, brush holder, paperweight, cutting knife, brush washer, brush hanger, armrest, and so on. Every item is divided into different grades and has a place of origin. This includes the extra wax that Xuanqing's fingers use in painting. If these things are listed and publicized, the local economy can be invigorated by providing these things. Old Zhong is really not suitable to be the Minister of Revenue. He doesn't have any means to make money. Old Bai, I'm not talking about you. It's really not. You can do it. Li Yi saw that everyone didn't understand, so he could only explain listlessly. Xiao Yi, if you didn't say the last sentence, this old man would be very grateful. Bai Gu's expression was ugly. Everyone, I take back the last sentence. Li Yi nodded at Bai Gu. Thanks. Bai Gu gritted his teeth. Ha 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 ha. Everyone laughed again. That's what it means. When the people have more money, the cultural atmosphere will rise. The earlier it is, the more important the local industry is. Even if you make smoked chicken, braised chicken, salted duck, roasted goose, century flower eggs, rice noodles, they can all succeed. For example, the pickled mustard that they make is obviously worthless, but after a series of processing, it has added value. As the Prime Minister's assistant, you cannot implement the specifics, but you can't not know the policy. 2 heads are better than 1. I can't take care of everything. There will always be oversights. Everyone, please help me check and fill in gaps. Li Yi was not angry at this time. He couldn't afford to be angry. He would die of anger. After that, he finished skimming the foam and scooped some soup to taste. He turned around and took a large piece of ginger. After washing it slightly, he held it in the palm of his hand and began to slice it with the knife. According to the storytelling, each knife was faster than the last, and each knife was tighter than the last. One could only feel the knife's light, but not the knife's blade. Pieces of ginger, as thin as cicadas' wings, flew into the pot. Others were stunned, but the little girl Feng Qingdai's eyes were shining. The ginger was connected, and the knife had to be fast enough. How could it not cut the hand? If this is an execution, how many cuts can it make? No, it's fish slices. It's guaranteed to be delicious. Gao Lisher actually thought of cutting people first, but then he realized and changed his words. Bai Gu took a deep breath. Shao Yi, it's just practice. Why do you have to do this? If this old man wants to practice, half a month will be enough. Not to mention cutting ginger, I can also cut meat. Okay, old Bai, you practice for half a month first. I'll find you a piece of beef brisket to cut. Li Yi finished cutting the ginger slices and said while washing his hands. You mean the calligraphy and painting competition? I don't need half a month. It's no problem for me to draw beef brisket. Bai Gu didn't want to argue with Li Yi because he was young and ignorant. Third brother, I see many courtyard walls in the square haven't been torn down. Paint with mortar, paint, and paint to enhance the color of Chang. And Li Yi wouldn't really ask Bai Gu to cut beef brisket with his hands. If it were him, he would use a scalpel but not a kitchen knife, and not this way of cutting. Li Longji was pleased. He listened to Brother Yi talk about economics and watched Brother Yi show off his knife skills. It was so comfortable that even his breath felt cool. Not only was it cool, but it was also a little cold. It had been raining outside, hadn't it? Good. That's what I should do. As soon as Brother Yi came back, I felt at ease. Li Longji didn't care whether Zaifu and the people in the group were sad or not. He told the truth. Brother Yi came back from planting seeds and didn't have much rest. He still answered all the questions and said everything he knew. For a moment, the whole Tang dynasty seemed to be alive. As for Zaifu and the people in the group, alas, someone had to do the hard work. Keep them. Chapter 1529. Li Lang, wipe your sweat. Princess Yongmu came over with her handkerchief to wipe Li Yi's non-existent sweat. She just wanted to express her joy and declare her sovereignty. Look at the men her aunts found. All of them wanted to do it with her aunts and then use her status to get close to her father and become a high-ranking official. Those men had a common characteristic, which was to write poems and compose poems. The meaning of the poems was still very empty. Her Li Lang was still the best. He knew everything. He was good at cutting ginger and carpentry. But why couldn't it be opened? Just now she saw Li Lang doing it. He put it together, took it apart, and put it together again. Which one should he start from? Tonight, I'll make a big plate of chicken for you and Xiaolan. Chicken, yam, chestnuts, oiled carrots, whole wheat noodles, fungus, seaweed, and mushrooms. Li Yi enjoyed the service for a while and remembered something. He gave the menu for tonight to Princess Yongmu and Xiaolan. It was time for the two of them to have their period again. It was still raining outside, and the humidity was too high. There was a dehumidifier in the house, but there was no dehumidifier outside. The cold air entered the body through the water vapor and would hurt. Li Lang, I know. Eat ginger. Princess Yongmu wanted to show her knowledge. The little girl's eyes widened. No, we can't eat ginger for dinner. Master has already thought about it. We won't even eat garlic. Otherwise, we'll eat mushrooms, fungus, and seaweed. My eldest disciple is really reassuring. Humans should be equal. Of course. Sometimes a person's worth is more than a few thousand people. Only when a few strong people compete with each other and need the support of the weak will they promote the equality of humans so that they can get more weak people to defeat other strong people. For our own selfish reasons, we are all in this framework. In order to reproduce and become stronger, we have to know how to compromise. Any behavior and thoughts that sacrifice the lives of the people to support their own interests are poisonous to human development. Li Yi analyzed human nature, society, philosophy, and survival in a few simple sentences. Therefore, Everyone was thinking about the problem in Li Yi's words and neglected Princess Yongmu's physical condition. Li Yi was selfish. He changed the topic and stopped staring at his future wife's biological matters. When he thought of this matter, he felt that many people in his time lacked knowledge in this area. Some people didn't know that there were places where they could get condoms and medication for free. Some people didn't know at all. Some people knew a little but were unwilling to get it because of their reputation. This showed that they had been deeply poisoned by biased Confucianism, including women's rights. Women's rights were only reflected in the family and society. Very few women with women's rights would take the initiative to go to maternal and child health centers to get medicine and condoms. Li Yi did not agree with many things. Why would a man help a woman carry a small bag? It wasn't like the woman couldn't be carried. If a woman was really tired, the man could carry her on his back and the woman could carry her own bag. Carrying a small bag for a woman, it was a man who was kneeling. The woman with the bag on her back was a man standing. It was like riding a donkey to the market. If you were afraid that the donkey would be tired, you would carry it yourself and ride the donkey home. How could anyone understand Li Yi's thoughts? They were discussing a philosophical issue, the contradiction and unity of civilization, society, and the law of the jungle. Li Yi was explaining the structure of the Luban lock he made to Princess Yongmu. Then he said, "At night, go to your own courtyard. There is a shower inside and adjust the temperature of the water. Rest early. After the metabolism accelerates, it will make people more sleepy because they are in the recovery period. Don't eat sugar before bed. If you drink soup at dinner, don't drink milk or goat's milk." Okay. Princess Yongmu listened carefully. In fact, Li had said this many times. Princess Yongmu listened carefully every time. She didn't listen to the content, but Li Yi's care. Li Yi also had many men counting the days. Their counting was different from Li Yi's. Li Yi counted the days in consideration of the woman's health. Some men didn't need to wear that thing when they were calculating the first 7 and the last 8. This was the difference between scumbags and warm men. But it was not important. Since ancient times, deep love could not keep people. Only tricks could win people's hearts. There should be more people in the group. We must investigate thoroughly. Your Majesty, your team is too ruthless. Why are you still monitoring our group? Just investigate those who have close correspondence with the Prime Minister. Old Lu, I'm not talking about you. The last time I investigated, your Lu family sent someone to greet me. So I investigated thoroughly. What did I say? I didn't ask you to investigate. I even took the initiative to avoid suspicion. The officials were tricked by Li Yi. They formed a circle and attacked and defended themselves. Li Longji listened happily. Everyone was monitoring each other. Very good. Brother Yi was indeed different. He put so many people with conflicts in the same group. No one could think of mitigating the crimes of their own people. Like Lu Huaishan, he had a family and others watching him. As for Yao Chong, Lu Huaishan had already retired. He tolerated Yao Chong when he was in power. Now that he was retired, why would he care about Yao Chong? He would deal with those who used to be on good terms with Yao Chong. This included Li Riji and Lu Youqiu. They each had their own conflicts and hatred. Now that the Prime Minister was not in group, Zhang Juling did not like Lu Huaishan and Yao Chong. Seeing that Song Jing thought the other party was hypocritical, Bai Gu should be his ally sometimes. Song Jing was recommended by Yao Chong. He could not be too heartless. Su Yi was recommended by Zhang Shua. Zhang Shua was in charge of Hunan province and could return at any time. Zhang Shua and Yao Chong did not get along well. Therefore, Song Jing, recommended by Yao Chong, and Su Yi, who was on good terms with Zhang Shua, naturally did not get along well. The relationships here were messy. No one dared to bend the law. Others were waiting for you to make a mistake. However, this was Li Yi's goal. Among the group of officials, local officials could stand on anyone's side. As long as they made a mistake, it would be useless. The other party would not dare to protect you. The most important thing was Li Yi. Li Yi watched the fire burning across the river. He did not rely on the emperor now. He could deal with everyone by himself. The yacht stopped at the Ba Shui pier. He had saved a lot of life and even brought seeds. As long as he wanted. The entire capital government was within the range of the rocket launcher installed on the yacht. If not for the sake of the rise of the entire Chinese nation, he could have flown to Tubo long ago to clean up the people there. The rain has lightened up. It looks like there won't be any flooding. Wang Xing ran over with an umbrella. He wanted to see Li Yi. Yang Si-sun followed behind Wang Xing. In theory, he was Wang Xing's superior. Now that Wang Xing was not under the jurisdiction of the palace, he was in charge of contacting Li Yi. Everyone knew that he had stolen people's corpses. He had helped Li Yi do it. Most importantly, he had saved a child in the process. The crime of 1,000 thieves could not compare to the virtue of saving a child. A child was absolved of all the crimes of stealing corpses. Now, many people hoped that Wang Xing would steal them. What if he had survived? The common people thought that Wang Xing was a yin-yang person who had crossed between the two worlds. Taking advantage of the carelessness of the king of hell, he stole people's souls. The chances of being discovered were very high. That was why only one survived after stealing so many. But who did not hope for their loved one to be alive? What if, right? What? Hoping for their loved one to die and then inherit the inheritance? This did not count. This was not human. Today, Wang Xing brought Qian-er and Sun-er here. He had special feelings for Sun-er. Back then, he had dug the child out from the ground. When he found that he could still be saved, he had stuffed him into his arms and ran desperately to find Li Yi. Alive, really alive. As long as he was sent to Li Yi with a breath, it would be difficult for him to die even if he wanted to. Look, how cute the child was. He would not have a son. This child. Chapter 1530. Sun-er and Qian-er's eyes lit up when they saw Li Yi. They ran to Princess Yongmu's side with their short legs. Do you like to play with the girls in the Li family Zhuangzi? Li Yi looked at them with disdain. Dongzhou, someone copied steamed pot chicken and sold it in Hunan province. They even developed steamed pot duck. Wang Xing almost called him Brother Yi again. He complained that steamed pot chicken had made him a lot of money. Customers will see the steamed pot chicken when it's served. People who know how to cook can learn it at a glance. Steamed pot duck is just a change of chicken to duck. Li didn't care. He couldn't arrest people. Since poultry and pigs were raised to eat locusts, the number of chickens, ducks, and geese increased in the south of Taihang Mountains. The people picked up eggs and made salted and rotten eggs. They sold them to other places. They couldn't be sold at a high price, but the people ate them every day. They didn't lack protein. There was no drought even if they wanted to. The wells played a role. At first, it was named after Li Yi. Later, it was renamed after His Majesty. There are people in the capital government who sell steamed pot chicken. There are at least 6 families selling it in the eastern and western markets. It's called authentic steamed pot chicken. Wang Xing continued to complain. Isn't ours called steamed pot chicken? Others don't dare to use the same name. Brother Wang, you want to ask if there's anything new, right? Li Yi suddenly realized that Wang Xing didn't want to teach people a lesson. What's the use of telling me? Yes. Wang Xing looked at the others carefully, especially His Majesty. Brother Wang could easily get himself killed. There's a capital advantage in business. It's written in the book. Li Yi glanced at the officials. Everyone nodded. They had an impression. What kind of advantage? Give an example. Brother Wang, the money you make from selling one chicken can't compare to the money you make from selling them separately. You can kill 50 chickens at a time. Li Yi began to talk about the details. 50 chickens had 50 heads, twice the number of wings and drumsticks. Chicken could be stir-fried, made into chicken chops and chicken fillets. Chicken heads could be braised, roasted, and so could chicken necks. Chicken wings were divided into the wing root, middle wing, wingtip, and drumsticks. Even the chicken skin and the chicken buttocks without glands could be fried, roasted, and stir-fried. Even if it's a chicken rack, I can sell it for a higher price alone. I'll teach you how to make iron chicken racks. Each chicken rack can also provide some chicken oil. You can stir-fry vegetables, pancakes, or make soap for me. The downside is that if you eat too much... No, it's fine. Nowadays, everyone has to work and is tired. It's normal to eat oil. Li Yi talked for a while and finally concluded that the power of capital, scale, and industry segmentation. Others can't learn it? Wang Xing was very angry at the fact that someone had secretly learned it, but there was nothing he could do. Others don't have the capital, including some small merchants. They kill a lot of chickens at once and can't sell them. If the imperial plantation is for the farmers to eat, who will they give it to? Li Yi poked through the window paper. The thing was there and he couldn't learn it. Big businessmen. They are rich in Chang, and they raise pigs. Wang Xing looked at Li Yi. In truth, he wanted to ask Li Yi to make a move and restrict the others. If they want to learn, we can immediately change to wholesale and hit the market with volume. If they want to learn more, we can change to ducks. I have a set of methods for ducks. After learning about ducks, we still have more. You should find someone to specialize in new cooking methods. Li Yi was not afraid of others learning. He could find a recipe and eat different dishes every day. It would take him decades to finish it. Wang Xing was satisfied. He first filled a bowl of soup for Yang Si-sun, and then for himself. He found a corner and squatted down to drink. It was cold outside. Yang Si-sun held the soup and drank it. He was short, but his face was fierce. Chen Er and Sun Er had been avoiding him along the way, but no one in the shed was afraid of him. Yoji, what's the matter? Li Yi greeted Yang Si-sun. Nothing. Come back. I want to see you. Yang Si-sun shook his head slightly. The 6th Bureau of the Department of Internal Affairs took the wealth of the right treasury for Her Majesty's needs. Usually, we can only make money by making false reports. Everyone divides it. The people below can't get any money at all. Li Yi picked up 2 stools and brought them to Yang Si-sun and Wang Xing. Yes, it's not easy to get money. Yang Si-sun admitted. He usually asked Wang Xing for money and used it to win people's hearts. The big families in Nankou always hold singing and dancing competitions and local selections. They are the judges. There are many capable people in the Department of Internal Affairs. In order to promote the various skills of the Tang dynasty, the Li family Zhuangzi is going to hold competition. It's mainly about clothing, food, housing, and transportation. They want to invite people from the Department of Internal Affairs to be the judges. They want Vice President Zhong Xiaojing to inscribe. They will pay 1,000 yuan to polish the pen. The other judges will pay slightly more. It will be held once a month. The winner will help promote it in the newspaper. Li Yi thought of a way to transfer the benefits in 10 seconds. It's difficult to save money for the Department of Internal Affairs. But there was a way. Yang Si-sun grinned. It was scarier than crying. Sun Er and Chen Er hid behind Princess Yongmu again. I came to the right place. If Gongru wants to give people money, there are countless ways. Yang Si-sun was happy. Finally, he didn't need to take money from the other imperial plantations. Tell the imperial plantations that even without you, I can still get money. I just need to know Li Yi. The officials... For the time being, they were impressed again. As for how long they would forget, it would depend on their state and needs. The Department of Internal Affairs could also help them get money. Bai Gu furrowed his brows. Xiao Yi, you're using the Li family Zhuangzi's money to give to others. This isn't good, right? Old Bai, why should I use the Li family Zhuangzi's money? I'm organizing an event. If I don't make money, why should I lose money? Li Yi was surprised. How is that possible? I'm using the Li family Zhuangzi as the venue. Why should I put money in? Is there such a thing in the world? How are you going to make money? Bai Gu thought for a while, but he couldn't think of a way. Old Bai, You're the Minister of Revenue. You don't care about such things. I'm just a small person. I'm just trying to earn money to live. Li didn't talk about the details. He turned around to look for the two children to play with. I don't want to be a minister anymore. You have to say it today. I'll retire after I learn how to make a living. Baigu didn't agree. The other officials nodded to show their support. Yes, you have to say it. We don't want to be officials anymore. Li didn't believe it. Anyway, the people in the shed didn't know anything. No one could force you to resign. In this world, if there's light, there's darkness. If there's the sun, there's the moon. If there's rivers, there's mountains. If there's a beauty, there's a handsome man. If there's peace, there's war, there's... Please get to the point. Baigu held back his anger and said to Li, we're about to talk about the place. If there's a need, there's an exchange. Under normal circumstances, there's a need first, then there's a supply. There's also a situation where we provide goods. If others find it useful, they'll buy it. Li family Zhuangzi's new farming tools are considered providing services and goods. Zhuangzi wants to hold a competition. Naturally, it's the latter. We'll provide what others want, including Wen and Lan Xiang Pavilion. Li finally said the last sentence, and then he introduced it. Old Bai, think about it. What do others want? For example, you. Li said again. I want to hit someone. Guess who I want to hit? Baigu clenched his fist. He didn't want to listen to this. He just wanted to know how to operate it. Chapter 1531. How should I say this? There are many ways to do it. Old Bai, which one do you want to hear? Li was very conflicted. There were too many things that he could do. You. Say it. What about you? Kaka, Baigu pressed his knuckles with both hands. He did not press his left thumb properly. With a cracking sound, he trembled as if he had been electrocuted. Grandpa Bai, let me take a look. The little girl quickly went forward and grabbed Baigu's big hand, massaging it. Master, it's not a big deal. Just apply the ointment. The weather today is not good. It's raining. You have to rest for 2 to 3 months. Otherwise, it will hurt when you move in the future. The little girl let go of Baigu's hand and went to find her needle box. She took out the silver needles. The silver needles were made of real silver and were softer. She also took out a small bottle of alcohol and used a cotton wool dipped in alcohol to wipe the silver needles. Silver itself was able to inhibit the growth of bacteria. If there were no other conditions, she would use the silver needles as acupuncture needles. If there were conditions, she would wipe the needles with medical alcohol. It was double insurance. The little girl performed acupuncture for Baigu. The moxa sticks were ready. The air was humid, so moxibustion was needed. She also used moxa ash to seal the eye of the needle. Old people don't use their muscles and bones to determine their abilities. Let's talk about the dark side first. Whoever gives me money, I will let the judges rank his or her methods as the best. Li first talked about the dark side of the program. It was simple and clear. Sorry to trouble you, Qing Dai. Baigu felt that he could not move his left thumb. His whole arm was numb just now. This is what I learned. Qing Dai touched Baigu's arm with her hand and performed acupuncture through his clothes. Look at Qing Dai and look at you. You don't know how to respect your elders. Baigu found fault with Qing Dai as a patient. Don't know how to respect your elders means that you don't respect your elders? I will apply the ointment later to see if you are allergic. If you are allergic, you will need to use the antihistamine method. Li was not worried. His bones were not broken, and it just happened. It was easy to solve. Hurry up and say it. Otherwise, I won't be able to die in peace. Baigu glared. You won't die now. I don't believe that you'll suddenly die while I'm sitting here. I can create an intensive care unit in an instant. I have all the equipment and medicine. I can even let a dead person live for 3 days. Li felt that unless it was a mechanical injury, it would directly damage the head, neck, and body connections. Otherwise, the others could be saved. However, Saving them did not mean that they would be able to live forever. I'll bite my tongue and commit suicide. What can you do about it? Baigu argued. There are only 3 ways to die from biting one's tongue: death from painful shock, death from blood loss, and death from asphyxiation caused by blood and body tissues blocking the respiratory tract. I'm sorry, but with me around, none of them will die. If you hit your head against this stove and break it, I'll miss you during the holidays. Li Yi was very patient as he explained to Baigu. Little brother, Yi. Li Longji was anxious. In addition to this, there's also the dark side, the title sponsorship. The Chang and Garment Alliance sponsored the Tang dynasty clothing competition. They gave me money. The title sponsorship fee is 100,000 yuan. I have to give them a championship. The 2nd and 3rd place can't be. No matter what, I have to make it fair. In addition, the carpenters in Lantian County have connections with Old Bai. They look for Old Bai, and Old Bai looks for me, saying that he will reduce Zhuangzi's taxes. They even find beautiful women to bribe me with their beauty. I'm greedy for beauty and directly take the money. However, beauty is not enough. Beauty is a stepping stone. Li Yi gave a few simple examples. There were more, but he was unwilling to say. Darkness, we don't believe that you will agree. Light. Yao Chong knew that Li Yi's methods would work on others, but it would not work on Li Yi. I promised to take the title sponsorship fee in the form of advertising. You can't buy a place. In addition, whoever participates must pay the participation fee. I don't think I can take this. If I take it, no one will come. Sell the tickets. Since it's such a competition of skills, ordinary people should not participate. Auction the right to watch. Li Yi was too familiar with this. He had done all kinds of things, including those in the dark side. Okay. Li Longji responded and motioned to continue. Take the money from Beitsiu. Zhongxiu and Nanku do not need to use their beauty to attract people. The girls from Beitsiu have agreed to take half of the money. They will sit next to the rich people who buy the tickets. They will dress up prettily and be responsible for shouting, "Ah, wow, oh my God," in the audience. Or they will just show their excitement to set the atmosphere. At the same time, they will be noticed by the people who buy the tickets and negotiate the price. Li Yi said and signaled Qing Song to take the thing back. The thumb of the left hand was fixed on the shroud. Later, he would put on for Bai Su. His thumb and wrist should not move. Qing Song knew where the things were. He took the umbrella that Wang Xing carried and ran out. Brother Yi, do you have more? Li Longji asked on behalf of everyone. Yes, there are items in the competition. They will be auctioned one by one. The Li family Zhuangzi and the Ministry of Household Affairs will give a certificate. During the auction process, the Li family Zhuangzi auction house will take a cut. The cut is usually 30% to 50%. They will use the money to help raise the price. They would rather spend it on themselves and wait for the next auction. The price can't be low. Li Yi said another way to make money. Without waiting for others to ask, he continued, before the competition, they will know whose skills are better. They will sign a purchase contract and even send people to the local area to buy. They will wait for the first place and publicize it in the newspapers. When the price of these things is raised, they will sell it. In addition to these, there are too many things. During the competition, they will provide a 20% discount, booking service, off-site gambling, and so on. Let's not talk about it. It's too tiring. The officials were speechless again. Gang Rou, you definitely won't go hungry. Zhang Juling cupped his fist. Juling, I'm not doing this to earn a little money for myself or to help the Ministry of Household Affairs. It's raining outside and Yoji came to see me. I'm bored. Next time, I'll go to the southeast and southwest. I'll take the sea route and get other seeds. Good crops are the foundation of the people. Li Yi waved his hand. He didn't care. If it wasn't to protect the reputation of the Ministry of Household Affairs, wouldn't it be more convenient for him to give money directly? If he had the time to waste, how much could he get by fishing for coral? How much could he get by digging for diamonds? There was also jade, which was popular in the Tang dynasty. However, the others didn't think so. Yang Xi's son was still grinning. He didn't express his gratitude. Like Gao Lisher, he had his own strength. Gao Lisher was known for his thoughtfulness. Oh, and loyalty. He was also loyal, but he was known for his ruthlessness and cruelty. In the future, if anyone made Li Yi unhappy, he would just take action. When he smiled, his humble two brothers were afraid and hid in Princess Yongmu's arms. You too, come here. You're a man. You can't be timid. Li Yi walked over and grabbed the back of the children's collars, one in each hand. I smell the fragrance on Sister Tian. Sin finally told the truth. It had nothing to do with fear. Qian nodded and admitted that his brother was right. What fragrance? Where? Li Yi flicked the foreheads of the two children. When Princess Yongmu was about to pout, he continued, It's not just fragrance, it's very fragrant. Brother Yi. Li Qingqi cupped his fist. Good, Brother Yi, you're amazing. I learned something again. I'll ask your sister-in-law to try it later. Chapter 1532. While they were talking, the rain outside was getting lighter. The water rose quickly and fell quickly. There was already a shortage of water in the fields. It was only because of the heavy rain that the water didn't seep in for a while that the water overflowed. The people at the bridgehead who were hiding from the rain and drinking soup ran out one after another. Many of the greenhouse vegetables had been taken down and were ready to plant other vegetables. Most of them were the last batch. When they were done, the other vegetables in the fields could be eaten, such as cabbages, shallots, lettuce, and chives. The vegetables were drenched by the rain and obviously couldn't survive overnight. The people buying vegetables looked like they would lose money if they didn't lower the price. The vegetable seller lowered the price. In fact, many vegetables were covered. It was okay to leave them overnight, but it was troublesome to take them back. Yo. Cucumbers have thorns on the top. If you take them back today, they'll rot at night. Lower the price, I'll sell 6. The people buying vegetables bargained as if they were fighting an enemy. No, I'll give you 1 more, but you're still greedy. If you say more, I won't sell it to you. The vegetable seller refused. I'm helping you. Look at the vegetables drenched in the rain tomorrow. Do you think you can sell them? As the saying goes, a wise man submits to circumstances. You're clearly taking advantage of my difficulties. I won't give in. I'm clearly helping you in your hour of need. If I don't buy, you'll lose more. I'll just give you 1 more cucumber. I won't talk anymore. Then I'm leaving. I'll buy from someone else. Your vegetables can't survive overnight. I'll give it to Li Dongzhu later. Okay, give me 1 more cucumber. I'll pick a good one. The seller won because he had an extra card. The buyer didn't lose anything and got an extra cucumber. There were also customers who got extra eggplants, radishes, coriander, and other things. The sun didn't set in the west, but the sky slowly darkened, telling everyone that it was almost night. The people setting up the stalls sorted out the things that couldn't be kept for a long time. They said goodbye to the people guarding the bridgehead of the Li family Zhuangzi and retreated. The night market people came with carts or poles. There were many of them, but the rain still came. They mainly sold things to the people living in the buildings. The families of the Southwest barbarian slaves worked and earned money, so they also ate snacks. The Southwestern barbarians were working hard to accumulate points and prepare to exchange for a contract, turning the slave contract into a long-term employment contract. This way, no matter how hard they worked, they would still be paid. They never thought of leaving the Li family Zhuangzi. The Li family Zhuangzi didn't beat or scold people, and the food was still fine. But if he took his family away, what was he supposed to do? He had no land of his own. The Li family Zhuangzi's people went over to collect the goods. There were signs on the goods, and the farmers looked at the quality of the goods and estimated the discount price. The discounted price was usually lower than the cost price. When the stall owner had to pay the stall fee, the discount would be deducted. The people who set up the stalls tried their best not to leave anything behind. If they really couldn't, they could still make some money back. If a large vegetable merchant tried to lower the price, the Li family zhuangzi would help to lower the price. For example, the price of beanworms remained stable. Li Yi would calculate the cost of breeding, the amount of protein and other nutrients. Then he would consider the cooking method and taste, compare it with other similar products, and draw a line for the price, including the size and activity. When the restaurants and stalls bought the beanworms, the price had to be higher than the Li family zhuangzi's. Before dinner, Yang Si-sun called the heads of the Department of Household Affairs over and told them how to make money. They couldn't take all the money. The money they got would be given to the Department of Household Affairs. Whoever put in more effort would get more, and those who didn't put in the effort would get the least. In addition, the imperial plantations all over the country had to add a third industry, like Wangxing was in charge of the imperial plantations. Not only did he not lack things, but he also made extra money. The imperial plantations of other places didn't need the 6 li manor, and the Department of Household Affairs had no jurisdiction over them. There was also Shaolin Manor. The 12 bureau chiefs, they were called Fengyu. There were 2 Fengyu in each bureau, and there were many people in the Department of Household Affairs. The 12 Fengyu lowered their heads and took notes. They copied the Li family zhuangzi's people and wrote with a pencil. As they spoke, they began to eat. Today's main dish was big plate chicken. Some people couldn't eat spicy food, so they set up another stove. The cafeteria made 100 big plate chicken this time. It was estimated that they could eat until tomorrow morning. Those who took over in the middle of the night continued to eat. The chickens of the Tang dynasty weren't like Li Yi's 40-day-old meat chickens. Zhuangzi's chickens were much bigger. Of course, if the people of Li Yi's time wanted to eat a small 40-day-old chicken, there would be leftovers if they couldn't finish it. If it were the people of the Tang dynasty who did manual labor, they could finish a big chicken in one go. They could even eat a bowl of noodles. From morning until now, the officials felt that 10 days had passed. They were tired, mentally tired. Yao Chang's eyes were filled with memories. He thought of the situation when he first met Li Yi. Li Yi was like this in the past. He would find something to do every day. After a long time, the frequency of asking Li Yi for advice was not high. Unexpectedly, Li Yi was still the Li Yi of the past. Whether he could come up with an idea or not depended on whether he encountered something. In this day, he learned a lot of knowledge. At the same time, he also solved the income of the Department of Internal Affairs, the promotion of local specialties, Old Zhong situation. Li Yi was indeed different when he was serious. When the others were compared to what they had learned from the books, they were dealt a huge blow. They were dejected and depressed. If it was on the battlefield, it would no longer be considered a defeat. Instead, it would be a one-sided massacre. I'll rest well tonight and tomorrow. The day after tomorrow, when Tianlan Pavilion will open, I'll go and make a lot of money. Princess Yongmu picked chestnuts to eat. Only the Li family zhuangzi could keep chestnuts until now. The Drunken Immortal House in Lantian County produced 10 caddies of chestnuts every day. Xiaolan sat next to Princess Yongmu. She ate Chinese yam. As long as the Princess Yongmu liked to eat something, she could choose not to eat it based on the quantity. Give this side a bowl of chestnuts. Leave a few pieces of Chinese yam. Li Yi instructed. Gu Yan was close to the door. He turned around and flashed out. Master, I like chestnuts too. The little girl was in charge of taking care of the twins. The twins did not use chopsticks well enough. They used spoons to scoop up the chestnuts and then used their hands to grab them. The 2 of them also had a soft spot for chestnuts. They were sweet and tasted better than Chinese yams. I'll allow you to eat 5. Don't eat too much. I'll start looking for someone to treat you tomorrow. Li Yi was afraid that his eldest disciple would consume too much sugar and affect his condition. If there was time to prepare for the interventional surgery, he would try to adjust his diet. I'm not eating. I'm afraid of death. The little girl told the truth. When she knew that she would not live to 15 years old, she thought of a situation. When she realized that she could live for many years, it would definitely be a different situation. Li Longji was in a good mood. He did not eat staple food and drank beer. He was in a daze. He was afraid that he was dreaming. He wanted to confirm that Li Yi had indeed returned. Without Li Yi in spring, the flowers did not seem to bloom. Yesterday he was still in a daze. Today the sun was shining brightly. The sound of rain dripping from the eaves outside was proof. Did I eat at noon? Li Longji did not feel hungry. He drank glass after glass of beer and could still drink. You ate half a bowl of noodles left by the non-commissioned officer at the source of the Yellow River. Gao Lisher stood behind Li Longji and gave the answer. Since I've eaten staple food, I won't eat at night. I'll drink beer. Li Longji picked up his glass again. Chapter 1533. Get the melon seeds and longan for third brother to drink. Put the dried shrimps on a plate. Li Yi watched Li Longji drink and didn't persuade him to eat. When eating for the sake of drinking, it was best to eat snacks. Snacks didn't fill the stomach. If one vomited after eating melon seeds and drinking beer, they would recover quickly the next day. The more they drank and ate, the more uncomfortable they would feel after getting drunk. They would vomit a bunch of things and wouldn't be able to recover the next day. Longan was sweet and could help to break down the alcohol. Dried longan was called longan, and fresh longan was called longan. Sometimes fresh longan was also called longan, and dried longan was called dried longan. Li Yi was also drinking beer. He waited until he was almost done drinking and took a break before eating a bowl of noodles. If he was drunk, he couldn't eat anymore. The officials followed him and drank yellow rice wine. They needed alcohol to help relax their nerves. They were scared today. Did Li Yi go crazy after returning from the sea? Was he going to make up for the strategy he used when he was at sea? They felt like they had been attacked by a supersaturation attack and were lucky to survive. Their heads were buzzing. They ate slowly and occasionally were in a daze. When ordinary people heard Li Yi speak, they would remember if they could. If they couldn't remember, there was no need to spend too much effort to think. How could they not think about it? They would make decisions from the general direction and then directly implement the specifics. The whole meal was dull. When they were almost done eating, each person had a cup of toad oil. After eating, they went back to rest. The next day, Li woke up early at 10 o'clock. He took a bath and found someone to massage him until noon. He ate a bowl of wonton and felt refreshed. He led the nurses to find death row prisoners to practice. He had practiced the interventional technique many times on animals. The little girl observed from the side. She didn't practice and didn't eat the string. The death row prisoners' bodies were well nourished. Some of them had some minor problems, but the nurses and imperial physicians who stayed behind helped to treat them. They wouldn't first freeze a certain part of the body and then use hot water to collect data. Any surgery would be damaged, even if it was minimally invasive. The death row prisoners were given a chance to live. As long as they went through one experiment and recuperated, they could become a team member of the squatter team. Li Yi didn't stand on ceremony. Those who were given a chance to squatter belonged to the category of people who were guilty to a certain extent. Those who didn't have the right to set up the duds deserved to die. Everyone pay attention. Based on the scans and imaging, this patient is indeed a patient. We should put a stent on him. I'll have to sacrifice my lifespan. This person, how could he? Ugh, give him a brace. One is enough. Li Yi was giving a lecture when he realized that the prisoner on death row, who was lying there under general anesthesia, needed a stent. Otherwise, it would be easy for him to die while working. The fake patient had become a real patient. He could no longer use the little girl's treatment method. Let's not bother with him after we finish practicing. An imperial physician nurse from the Imperial Medical Department did not treat the death row prisoner as a human being. He's an exchange. If he dies while we're practicing targeted surgeries, he deserves it. but he's not that kind of person. There's no such thing in the contract. Even if he's going to be beheaded tomorrow and is sick today, we still have to try and treat him first. He should have died because of the law, not because of illness, unless there's nothing we can do. Li Yi was a principled person. If a person who was about to be executed suddenly suffered a myocardial infarction or cerebral hemorrhage, he must first save them. The death penalty was the death penalty, and humanity was humanity. It was precisely because of this that humans could become a civilization. Therefore, everyone was busy. They made several mistakes during the operation, but they finally put the stent in. This person could live a normal life. If there were any problems in the future, Li Yi would not care. He would belong to another department and have another contract. As a bomb disposal personnel, if something happened during the bomb disposal process and a sudden illness occurred, it would depend on the level of the local doctors. If they could save him, they would save him. I'm alive? The patient woke up after the operation. Before Li Yi could ask a question, the patient asked first. Yes, you're alive now. What about in the future? Li Yi had to ask. Usually he asked logical questions and preoperative memories. People who knew that 1 + 3 = 4 might lose other memories, such as their surname. In the future, when you enter the place where the bomb disposal is done and get enough points, it will become a fixed-term imprisonment. The death row prisoner looked at the ceiling and blinked. Do you have anything you want to say to your wife and child? Li Yi opened his hand and waved it in front of the death row prisoner's eyes. Did you find a wife for me? Whether you shake it or not, I can see things blurry. Am I going blind? The death row prisoner's pupils were adjusting. No, my hand is too close to your eyes. I'm sorry. Look, is it okay this time? Li Yi was quite embarrassed and raised his hand. Your thumb is big. Circle, what do you say? In your other hand, you have 1 dipper of poverty and 2 dippers of wealth. The condemned prisoner finally saw it clearly. First, you're not nearsighted or farsighted. Second, your mind is clear. Third, you're more superstitious. Li Yi was relieved. The surgery was successful. Rest well. When you're well, you can go to the bomb disposal. They rested for an hour. First, everyone relaxed. They did not get the ball, but the lower stent was operated first. If anyone had the same problem in the future, the lower stent would not be so flustered. The male and female nurses' clothes were drenched in sweat, and they were all exhausted. The requirements of the interventional surgery were too strict, and their spirits were always tense. Forget it, this is the only one today. Go back and think about the process. Don't be afraid in your dreams. Li Yi gave up on the next experiment. He was worried that everyone would make too many mistakes and kill the death row prisoner. If he died, there would be 1 less test subject and 1 less labor force. Master, there's a curved channel in a bead and it's spiral. How do we thread it? I thought there was only the ant string method to find its mother. Today, I found out that we can use the interventional method. The little girl concluded that there were 2 ways to solve this problem. My good disciple, you're underestimating me. It's just a bead that ants can pass through. How can we use the interventional equipment? A wire transmitter will do. The material determines the result. If ants can pass through, why should we use the interventional wire? An ordinary one will do. And there are at least 2 methods, the buoyancy traction method and the vacuum suction method. Li Yi had many methods. Threading a thread was not a big deal. Master, I don't understand. The little girl lowered her head as if she felt that she was too stupid. Li Yi looked around and found that he could not continue the surgical experiment. So he simply brought his eldest disciple to play. Read the book first. I'll arrange for Old by Old Yao and the others to come over and bully them. Li Yi wanted to look for fun, and the ministers were the most suitable. Li Longji did not go to court, and there was nothing for him to solve. There were 4 prime ministers and assistants, and the problem of money was no longer a problem. Li Longji was playing chess with his eldest daughter. At this moment his forehead was sweating, and he was very anxious. It had been 6 games, and every game had been a draw. At first, he wanted to let his daughter win at the last word. In the end, as the game went on, it was a draw. One game and another game were obviously different, which meant that he didn't want to make a draw. Who was better at chess than him? Chapter 1534. Party A's 1 general and 1 kill. Party B's 1 general and 1 kill. Party A's 1 change moves, if not, it's a loss. Party A's 1 general and 1 kill. Party B's 1 general and 1 kill. Party B's 1 change moves, if not, it's a draw. Father, you're too amazing. You always let me win and play chess with me. Princess Yongmu moved the chess pieces a few times, and it was a draw. It was impossible for anyone to checkmate the other. Li Longji played chess with his daughter for the first time, and he was defeated. As the emperor, if he couldn't see that his daughter was deliberately playing chess with him, he would have been dealt with by others. Yuan, do you feel wrong to betroth you to Li Yi? You're so smart, you can play 7 games in a row. Li Longji considered his daughter's intelligence and high IQ. It wasn't a free love, it was a forced arrangement. I learned it from Li Lang. When Li Lang played chess with me, it was a draw. Father, are you saying that I should find someone else? Who should I find? If I find someone else, Li Lang won't be mine. I won't agree. How could Princess Yongmu feel wronged? Looking at appearance, some people were indeed good-looking. Men were more beautiful than women. Li Lang couldn't be compared to this. He was just a little bit worse. Of course. Then she couldn't find a few men. She couldn't beat Li Lang in a fight, but Li Lang could fight with Guizi for more than a dozen moves. Needless to say, others couldn't write poems. Li Lang also knew how to do farm work, make tools, know how to raise animals, and know about economics. Li Lang could bring her flying, but could others? Get a yacht parked on the Bar River for this princess to see. The key was that Li Lang's braised pork was the most delicious. Brother Xiao Yi taught you chess? Li Longji felt better. It was normal for his daughter to learn from a good person. Playing chess. Li Lang has a lot of chess manuals, I read them. It's very simple. I can learn it after reading it twice. Also, I've read less than 60 Go manuals. Li Lang said that the Go of the Tang dynasty was too soft and lacked attack. Once they get used to it, it will be detrimental to the Tang dynasty. Princess Yongmu said as she placed the chess pieces back in place. She had a large number of chess manuals provided by Li Yi to play. I won't play anymore. Li Longji waved his hand. He was already traumatized by the game. Your Majesty. When Gao Lisher received the little eunuch's report, he leaned forward and said, Li Yi ordered people to make 1 or 9 beads and wanted to thread the beads with silk thread. Find the ministers for entertainment. Princess Wenqing gave Songzan Gambo a question. Princess Yongmu instantly thought of something. Is it convenient to find the ant? Li Longji knew the answer. The silk thread was tied to the ant. Lure them with food at the other end, or block the hole with the bead, and the ants pass through with the thread. Simple. Li Yi said not to use ants. Gao Lisher pointed out the key point. Then, it's interesting. Let's go and have a look. Li Longji wanted to have a look. At noon, the ministers rushed over with official documents and prepared to work in the Li family zhuangzi in the afternoon. After lunch, Yao Chong spoke first. Xiao Yi, take out the beads. Let's have a look. A pile of painted glass beads was sent. Everyone was dumbfounded. Xiao Yi, the pillar is wrong. It should be vaguely transparent. Otherwise, how can we know there are 9 beads? Bai Gu blew at the hole with his mouth to breathe, but he couldn't see how many beads were inside. Just to increase the difficulty, use transparent glass beads. Li Yi was prepared. He ordered people to make a large number of glass beads and prepared to sell them. Another batch of beads was brought. The songs inside were different, so it was impossible to make them exactly the same. Everyone looked at the transparent glass beads and had doubts. How to make the channels in the beads? Li Lang, how to make the holes in the glass beads. Princess Yongmu helped to ask the doubts in everyone's hearts. It depends on the softening temperature of the glass. Make the inner core with something with a higher melting point than the softening temperature of the glass. Things that are resistant to high temperatures can also be dissolved in water, acid, or alkaline solutions. It can also be volatilized. After the softening glass is wrapped around the inner core is melted, and the inner core is melted away. The resulting glass beads will have holes in them. Don't tell anyone about our family secret. If anyone accidentally eavesdrops, remember to kill them. Li Yi whispered at the top of his voice and looked around vigilantly. Everyone looked enlightened. It was simple. Let's go through. I don't believe there's any other way except for ants. Lu Huaishan couldn't wait. What do you want to bet? Li looked around again. We came to observe, not because we don't trust you. Su Yi didn't fall for it. What was there to bet? They came to eat and drink this spring's good tea. The others nodded gently. Don't talk about this. Hurry up. Sigh. Li Yi sighed. My eldest disciple, let me show you. Everything has its own method. Those who use it well are respected. All living things have their own fate. Those who treat them well are benevolent. The law of the jungle is the law of heaven. Those who can be killed but not abused are the laws of man. Make the best use of things in a good way. Make the best use of people in a good way. Only in this way can the government be harmonious. Thank you, Master. The little girl bowed. The officials looked at each other and understood why Li Yi had asked them to come here. Class. Of course. Do we need you for this class? Do you think we don't know? Li Yi didn't waste any more time. He took a large glass bead and a small iron bead. He threw the iron bead into one of the holes in the glass bead and shook it hard. After shaking it a few times, he stopped and looked at the situation inside. He shook it again, and the small iron bead came out from the other hole. Isn't it simple? What ants are you using? Li Yi placed the glass bead into the little girl's hands. He then took a small wooden bead and put it into the glass bead and put it into the water. He shook it again, and the wooden bead came out from the other hole. For the third glass bead, he took a wooden bead and put it in. He used his hand to block the hole and used his mouth to suck on the bead. He loosened his hand and the wooden bead went in. He sucked until his mouth was numb. The wooden bead still hadn't come out. Anyway, that's what it means. It will come out. Li stopped sucking. His cheeks hurt. If I knew this would happen, I would have made the bet just now. Bai Gu regretted. You bet that he would suck it out. One glass bead is enough. It would be a waste to make so many. Song Jing realized that the process was not difficult. The ants could be laid off. One Tian. Today's newspaper has announced that tomorrow when Tian Orchid Pavilion will be open for business. Bring the glass beads over and sell them. Li Yi ignored Song Jing and said to Princess Yongmu, just tell them to wear the beads for fun. Princess Yongmu didn't know how to explain. Who can understand a girl's heart? Li Yi blurted out the advertising slogan. Selling the glass beads with holes didn't require a high price. They had to sell their feelings. Okay, then let them wear it. Princess Yongmu showed that she understood. No, ask their men to wear it. Don't tell anyone about what happened today. If we sell more glass beads, Wen Tian will donate a lot to the soldiers at the border. Li looked at everyone. Don't talk too much. Yes, keep it a secret. Bai Gu became serious when he heard that money was involved. Whoever is found to be not tight-lipped will be convicted of harming the soldiers of the Tang dynasty. Song Jing supported. Princess Yongmu donated a lot of money. Chapter 1535. The officials found their own places to work, and the Li family Zhuangzi had their own courtyard. Other than so many palace maids and eunuchs, the officials of 5th rank and above could find their own places in the Li family Zhuangzi. Under normal circumstances, they were not allowed to come in casually. If there was something, they would come and go through the zip line. There were 2 poles in the Li family Zhuangzi, one high and one low, and it was the same on the opposite side. When documents were sent over, the Li family Zhuangzi's high pole would slide to the opposite side. When documents were sent over, they would slide to the Li family Zhuangzi's low pole. In order to save the distance from the Tyrant Bridge, the zip line between the 2 points was the shortest. If it weren't for the fact that the zip line had its own weight and wasn't easy to straighten, the zip line could directly go back and forth from the Li family Zhuangzi to Xingqing Palace. Not to mention the zip line. Even the string used to fly a kite was light enough, but it still made a big arc when it was high. After I treat Qingdai and everyone's illness, I will make a wired telephone and connect the wires to the imperial city. It will be convenient for old Bai and the others to work. Li Yi was sunbathing with Princess Yongmu and the others through the glass. Whether or not the glass could block the ultraviolet rays depended on what kind of glass it was. The permeability of lead glass was very low. A large group of children were in the Li family Zhuangzi. There were more than 20 princes and princesses. Ever since the other princes moved over, Li Longji's women also moved to the imperial plantation in the north. There was a large group of palace maids and eunuchs coming and going. The palace maids and eunuchs in their own palace took turns to come over. In the original palace, there was a gloomy feeling, but when they came to the Li family Zhuangzi, there was sunshine. After Li Longji killed Princess Taiping after the Xuanwu Gate, he didn't dare to live in the imperial city and went to live in Xingqing Palace. Now, everyone took turns to go to the imperial plantation and Li family Zhuangzi. Their mentality was better, and they smiled sincerely when they met each other. In the past, they schemed against each other to fight for Li Longji and for the position of women. Now that Empress Wang's position was stable, even without Li Yi, she could take care of the imperial harem, let alone with Li Yi personally teaching Shang. If they couldn't fight for positions, they should fight for benefits. However, there was no need to fight for benefits. He could have everything he wanted. Li Longji didn't look for more women now. He was too busy and had a bunch of children. Li Yi had told him that if he were to look for another woman, it would cause him to work too hard and reduce his lifespan, and he believed him. Li Longji was currently very comfortable. He had never dared to dream of such a life before. The Li family Zhuangzi could heal all kinds of pain, mainly psychological. Every villager was happy all day long. The social circle a person came into contact with was very important, especially in life. If others smiled more, one would also be full of smiles. Instead, it was the group of people who were sighing and feeling vexed. If he was with a group of mentally ill people, would he have to emphasize that he wasn't mentally ill? He really wasn't, they were. Then he heard several patients next to him say, "I'm not mentally ill. I'm really not, they are." Then, was he or was he not? Li Longji didn't understand the problems of the mental hospital. He was analyzing the situation of the Li family Zhuangzi. "Brother Yi, why are the villagers always happy?" Li Longji rocked the baby in the cradle. "Because there's a comparison. Their lives are better than those outside, and there's hope. There's less social pressure, and they don't have to worry about material things. They also have Zhuangzi's management system. Among them, management is the most important. A Zhuangzi has a sense of superiority and is more willing to accept management. When the people of a country have a sense of superiority, they will support the government more." Third brother, look at families. If a husband and wife have hope for life and encourage and comfort each other, the family's life will be good. If a husband and wife, one party gives the other a feeling of oppression for a long time. Complaints, silent violence, verbal violence, and even under normal circumstances, the man will hit the woman. In some cases, the woman will hit the man. This family can't compare to the former, whether it's the economy, the social circle, or even the children's growth and learning. Li Yi said while lying on the rocking chair, this was his duty and responsibility to advise His Majesty and promote the development of the Tang dynasty. As he spoke, he raised his leg to stop Li Longji from rocking the baby. The baby had already fallen asleep. "Why are you still rocking him?" He signaled the palace maid to push the cradle further away and try not to be affected by the adults' voices. There was a rule in Zhuangzi. When the child was sleeping, the child was not allowed to hear the adults' voices. The distance had to be controlled. In other places, the children were sleeping, and the adults were chatting with the neighbors who came to visit. The child was sleeping comfortably, especially during his afternoon nap. He was woken up by the noise. The child was still young. He didn't know why, but he was particularly irritated and a little scared. He cried. The adults came over to hug him and coax him. While coaxing him, they said loudly to the neighbors, "I don't know what's wrong with this child. He's been sleeping well and now he's crying." The neighbors said loudly, "You gave the child cinnabar to drink. It's very effective." "Then whose family is it?" "His family." The child was already irritated. The source of the noise was closer and louder. It was uncomfortable. The crying was even more painful. Li Yi knew that there was no such thing in the Li family Zhuangzi. When a child was woken up from his afternoon nap, he would usually hear a drawn-out voice when he woke up. When the adults spoke normally, the child would hear 3 to 4 times slower. It was the same feeling when one woke up from a short coma due to lack of oxygen in the brain. Listening to others speak was very, very slow. Li Yi had done research before. He didn't do it alone. He gave a research topic, invested money, and others helped. In this state, his neural response was actually too fast. It wasn't slow. If it was slow, he should be able to hear very fast words. He wouldn't be able to hear them clearly. Human vision was sometimes like this. He could see that others' movements were slowed down. In other words, it was bullet time. If he could speed up his movements, the research topic was over. There was no money. Other people were doing research by the country. What was he? If he couldn't research that, he could analyze the child's state. This was simple. They were both psychology and biology. Bao was pushed away. He was basking in the sun under the glass in the distance. He couldn't stay outside. The rain had just stopped last night. It was cold today. The temperature in the room was suitable. Bao's breast was exposed. He lay in the baby cradle and slept soundly. His mouth moved from time to time. Mouth movement was a physiological reaction. He was still drinking milk. When was the most comfortable time? For a baby, it was the most comfortable time to eat. It was also comfortable to be hugged by his mother. When he slept and basked in the sun, he had a conditioned reflex, and his mouth would always move. Cut cucumber strips. I'll dip it in chili sauce and drink beer. I'm only half full at noon. I'm hungry. Li Longji relaxed and touched his stomach. He wanted to drink. Make a handful of spring onions. I want to drink some too. Do you still have peanuts? Li only ate half a bowl of rice at noon. He was too affected by the surgery in the morning. He had never done such a surgery before. The nurses had never done this surgery before. He was the backbone of the operation. It was his first time operating on a human. The moment the stent was successfully placed, his adrenaline soared. He could perform interventional surgery. His endocrine system was out of balance. His stomach secreted too much, and he couldn't eat. Now that he looked at Bao's cute appearance and basked in the sun, he wanted to drink and relax. Chapter 1536. Dongzhu, the peanuts have been eaten by the children as snacks. Do you want to eat sea cucumber? Songda, who was sitting at the door, rubbed his eyes and said, he had his own big courtyard and was about to marry Hu Er's wife. Li Yi's dowry and betrothal gifts were all prepared. A big courtyard with 3 entrances, a small 2-story building, a sewing machine, 2 bicycles, and a couple's watch. Songda did not receive officials below the 4th rank. He had no choice. Dongzhu had obtained the title of General of Heavenly Strategies, and the status of the stewards had risen. This was not like the 7th rank official in front of the Prime Minister's residence. The General of Heavenly Strategies could open his own residence and directly appoint officials. The 2nd steward was in charge of the Crown Prince, the Imperial Censor, the Imperial Scholar, the Wanyan County Magistrate, and the Chang and County Magistrate. Now, Songda had to take over as the second steward. Sun Xan had not returned from the source of the Yellow River. He was now guarding the door, guarding Li Longji, Li Yi, and Princess Yongmu. Grill a chicken rack and bring some meat. Don't really give me bones. You'll spray vinegar. Li Yi did not want to eat sea cucumber. The best food for grinding teeth was the kind that ate for half a day but did not eat anything. I want to eat too. Princess Yongmu was hungry when she saw others eating. I'll go grill it. Li got up. Brother Yi. Li Longji wanted to stop him. They were just drinking and chatting. Why did you have to do it yourself? Li Yi went out and found 4 big chicken racks. He first grilled them normally. The charcoal had to be broken into small pieces to heat up quickly. The chicken racks were placed in large iron wire clips. There were no skewers. The whole rack was grilled. Oil was brushed and the fire was strong. The chicken racks could not be grilled, especially at the corners. They were thin and would lose moisture easily. When they were grilled to medium well, they were handled separately. 2 of them continued to brush oil and spread the charcoal apart to reduce the fire. The other 2 used brushes to press sugar on the chicken racks. The sugar was poured on the chicken racks, and the brushes slowly brushed the melted sugar. After brushing one side, he changed to the other side. A chicken rack could be pressed with 2 ounces of white sugar. Then he sprayed vinegar, added a little cumin and salt, and cooked. If it was roasted normally, it would be sprayed with vinegar, chili powder, cumin, and salt. It would not be brushed with hot sauce. Li Yi came back with 4 chicken racks. Li Longji waited for him without eating or drinking. Princess Yongmu called the palace maids and eunuchs over to eat. Each person could eat a few mouthfuls. The bigger the chicken rack, the more meat there would be. Li Yi and Li Longji ate one of the 4 chicken racks. Princess Yongmu, Xiaolan, and the little girl ate 1 each. Li Yi first drank a mouthful of beer, burped, and tore a small piece from the chicken rack. He put it in his mouth and took half a bite, then put it down and continued drinking. Li Longji tore the chicken into pieces as well. When he was eating, he looked puzzled. Brother Yi, your grilled chicken rack is still the best. The last time I ate it, I always felt awkward. Someone else tore the chicken rack for you? Li Yi asked. Yes. Li Longji nodded. The most taboo for a grilled chicken rack is to be torn by others. When you tear it yourself, you know what you want to eat. It feels like there's a lot of meat. If someone else tore it, they won't be able to eat the meat. Li Yi told him the reason why he didn't tear it up and bring it over. Li Longji was slightly taken aback. Indeed, but why? People who eat mainly eat. In order to eat where they want to eat, they will break the bones. Those who tear it don't eat it themselves. They tear it in the most convenient way. They tear it from the meat. Those who ask them to tear it eat it themselves. The place where they tear it is different. There are outstanding people in any industry. Talent is one aspect, but nurturing is also important. When the local officials are in charge of governing, they must keep their bodies submerged and not cause any trouble. Li Yi said as he tore off the chicken tip and put it on the plate in front of Princess Yongmu. 1 for each of us. Princess Yongmu had long been thinking about eating the chicken, but unfortunately there was only 1, so it was not easy to share. Xiaolan chewed the food in her mouth and nodded. She swallowed it. Chicken racks are delicious. You should teach the common people how to make them. The common people have less money, so it's more delicious to eat chicken racks. Li Longji heard this and tore off a little. After he finished eating, he asked, Brother Yi, is this easy to learn? 1 chicken rack costs 2 taels of white sugar. Li Yi gave the answer directly. Learn from the common people. Actually, stewed chicken racks are more delicious. Li Longji was helpless. With 2 taels of money to buy candy, why eat chicken racks? Wouldn't it be better to eat meat? The shed has been stewing. All the meat is shaved clean, leaving only a little chicken fat. Stew the bones until crispy. After eating, bask in the sun more. It can also replenish calcium. Li Yi looked outside through the window. The grass outside was deliberately trimmed neatly. The gradually westward sun made the shadow of the grass tilt. A grasshopper jumped out. A half-grown chick suddenly appeared. It opened its mouth and caught the grasshopper. It swallowed and ran. Someone chased after it. "Go back, I'll tie your feet next time." Ha 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 ha. Li looked at it and laughed. The restrictions on travel are relaxed this year. I'm afraid there will be deserters. Li Longji looked at the villagers catching chickens and thought of the Tang dynasty catching refugees. The newspaper said that the yield of new seeds will double in 2 years. Who would be willing to leave the land and run away? It's time to test the administrative ability of the local officials. Li Yi understood the purpose of restricting the movement of people. If the transportation capacity was poor, it would be difficult to allocate resources. If there were few people in one place, the land would not be easy to grow. If they went to other places, there would not be enough food. There was no online identification system, and it was a planned economy. It was necessary to write letters of recommendation. This included food stamps. If you took the city's food stamps, you could not buy things outside the city. There were also food stamps for the province and the country. The Tang dynasty did not use food stamps. If you wanted to leave the county, you had to have the county's recommendation. If you wanted to leave the province, you had to bring the province's proof. Since the policy was relaxed, many deserters took small roads and many passes to run to the capital office. Otherwise, why would the price of things in the capital office increase? This was under the premise that Li Yi helped to solve the problem of employment. Li Longji understood the meaning of the song. Where are the second batch of Zhuangzi students going? The capital office has no use for them. It's a waste of talent. When they arrive, write to me if they have any difficulties. I'll help them. However, they can't neglect their studies. I've been away for a long time and have been busy recently. I've been practicing and returning to my studies. Li Yi had been teaching the students about physics, biology, chemistry, and mathematics. He did not teach literature, but economics and finance had entered the second stage. Li Longji frowned slightly. If they leave, I'm afraid the capital office will be unstable. With them overseeing the counties, the capital office has no worries. They've already trained people in the local areas. The officials who are incompetent can just stay there. The ones who really do the work are the officials and exiled officials. Li Yi wanted to change this, but he could not directly impact everyone's enthusiasm for the imperial examination. There were problems with the current imperial examination. Looking at the examination questions, calculating and practical things, it was not as good as entering the imperial examination. If one took the imperial examination, they might become the prime minister. Current affairs were more important. Third brother, there's still a problem in the imperial examination that needs to be solved. Li Yi picked up his cup and did not drink. He frowned deeply. Li Longji's hand stopped tearing up the chicken rack. There's one less section in the newspaper. It's a section on disputes over the policies of the Tang dynasty. Let's call it a comment section. If you want the students to think more about current affairs, there must be a debate. I'll add it later. Li Yi said that he had a problem. It was only right for everyone to have a war of words in the newspaper. Chapter 1537. Li Longji gnawed on the chicken rack as he calculated in his mind. From the information he had, the people liked to read about national affairs in the newspaper. The content that they came across was all written by the Li family Zhuangzi. The local ink and wax paper were printed with excerpts of the important content of the Li family Zhuangzi newspaper. The rest was mainly about the local situation. Brother Yi, are the ministers having different views on the court? Li Longji was worried. If the ministers fought over the newspaper, would they be able to work properly? The minister said that this was the right thing to do, and the assistant minister said that this was the right thing to do. The doctor gave a third explanation. What if the minister got angry and took care of the assistant minister and the doctor? Li Yi smiled and waved his hand. Third brother, you worry too much. It's the views of Confucianism, legalism, Moism, Taoism, Gongyang, and other schools of thought. Oh, Li Longji nodded and understood. So it's against Confucianism? No, I won't admit it. I also copied books from Confucianism with annotations. In the process of Confucianism's development, they maintained their ruling position while learning the theories of other schools of thought and using them for their own use. If not restricted, Confucianism would definitely influence the court and cause a lot of interference. There is no right or wrong in Confucianism, only those who use the teachings for personal gain. After the Sui dynasty, the Tang dynasty worshipped Taoism and Buddhism. After many changes, it was precisely to resist Confucianism's power, but in the end it was not successful. Li Yi knew what Confucianism wanted to do. After the Qin dynasty, the 100 schools of thought were abolished and Confucianism was revered. It was a problem of leaning left and right. The Qin dynasty used law to rule the country and placed too much emphasis on the law. In fact, the law was not perfect enough, and the criminal law was too heavy. Usually it did not care about the cause, only the result. When Qin Shi Huang died, Confucianism rebounded. Those who wanted to usurp power used this point to serve themselves. After that, when everyone saw the benefits, they used Confucianism's methods. At every critical moment, especially when a regime was declining and a new regime was rising, Confucianism would guarantee that they would do something. Even when Li Yi fought the war and established the country, Confucianism did not give up on the opportunity. In the end, they met the great Dongfang Han and were completely wiped out. What kind of Confucianism? One must believe in the most superior party. Li Yi admitted that this party was superior. The more difficult the time, the more the importance of the party. Winter, and then the pine and cypress will wither. Li Yi was going to do the same thing now, to build up the Tang dynasty's national confidence and sense of honor. The greatest belief of the people should also be the political power that embodied Chinese civilization. Only then would there be cohesion, and the people would not be used in the name of other religions. You make the arrangements. Li Longji still wanted to ponder. Out of the corner of his eye, he suddenly caught sight of his eldest daughter, who was happily eating the chicken buttocks. He realized that he didn't need to waste any effort. He had never seen a slightly capable man who would personally cook for his wife. He felt that Li Yi was quite spineless in front of his yuan. However, if one were to say that brother Yi was weak, he would kill without batting an eyelid. Usually he was all smiles and good-natured, but when it came to dealing with people, he was so sinister. 2 grams of sugar. Can you get fat after eating it? It's not good for your body to be too fat. You can get sick easily. Li Longji was worried about his daughter's health again. No. Princess Yongmu's voice was muffled, but her mouth was not idle. She was eating delicious. Third brother, let's build a new Tianshu in a few days. We won't treat all countries as our subjects, but only for the prosperity of China. No matter how good the Lingyan Pavilion is, it's only for a small number of people. Although the Tianshu is high, it's for the survival of the Tang dynasty. If it's destroyed, then so be it. Our skills are good, so we can build a high one ourselves. While we're at it, we can also put the martyrs' cemetery next to it and erect a monument to the heroes of the Tang dynasty. Next to the monument, we can put the achievements and names of outstanding craftsmen and other people to let the people know what the Tang dynasty values. Li Yi thought of giving good craftsmen extra treatment, but he realized that there were still many things missing. There was nothing wrong with putting down the Tianshu, but he must not leave a building that deposed Tang Songzhou. He raised the women in the harem high, and those women would try their best to find ways to kill the emperor. The feudal era was different from the democratic era. The current head of the Japanese Empire was a woman, and it wouldn't be the same in the future. Putting down one, naturally he had to build a new one to feel the honor of all countries and protect the position. Li Longji sat up straight. Build one. I think it's okay. We don't lack money. Li Yi supported financially. Build. Li Longji's face turned red with excitement. He had wanted to build one for a long time, but he didn't have the money. Now that he had money, he could build a tall and big one. Brother Yi, do you want to use concrete? Li Longji thought of materials. No, use stone. Concrete is far worse than stone. White marble, and so on. Li Yi waved his hand. How could concrete compare to stone? In terms of preservation time, concrete could be preserved for a long time, but it couldn't be maintained. It was made of white marble. How beautiful it was, according to the chemical and physical characteristics of nature. No matter how awesome concrete was, it couldn't be compared to jade. Therefore, it was something that could survive the erosion of nature. Li Longji clenched his fists and hesitated. Will people say that it's a waste of money? Third brother, be confident. The people are not afraid of labor as long as you give them money. Money doesn't matter as long as you can earn it. Li Yi encouraged Li Longji. Let's do it. Let's build it. Li Longji heaved a sigh of relief. I forgot. Now, if you ask the people to work and pay them, they will be willing to work and do well. The main thing is the tools. Good tools must be used. Don't let the people working get hurt, or even their lives will be in danger. Li Yi automatically ignored a certain word in Li Longji's words. He didn't understand it, or maybe he heard that word as true. Who doesn't speak in a lower tone or with a dialect accent? Who will pay for it? Li Longji was in a dilemma. He was rich, and Li Yi was also rich. Who should spend more money? The imperial court will pay for it. This is a national matter. You can't use Yuzhang's and my money. In the future, the imperial court will be in charge of the maintenance. Li Yi didn't lack the money to build things, but he definitely couldn't pay for it. He could think of other ways to help the imperial court earn it back. Li Longji suddenly understood. Yes, the imperial court will pay for it. It has to go through the official channels. Your Majesty, you have to find someone to raise this matter, from the bottom to the top, and from the top to the bottom. This is the right way to do it. Otherwise, if the name is not correct, the words will not be smooth, and people will criticize it. It won't be good if it is built. As long as it passes, I promise to help the imperial court earn a sum of money in a short period of time. It will only cost more than building high-rise buildings. Li Yi patted his chest. The clothes on his chest were smeared with oil. It was oil from the chicken rack. Brother Yi, you have worked hard. You have to build good relations with a group of incompetent ministers all day long. Li Longji didn't care if his words were spread out and into the ears of the ministers. So what if you heard? If you have the ability, you can be more powerful than my brother Yi. After saying that, he suddenly thought of something. Brother Yi, if you put the place of the dead and the important symbol of the imperial court together, won't it feel gloomy? Gloomy? How is it gloomy? Li Yi was surprised. Chapter 1538. Li Yi had been to the martyrs' cemeteries in several places. Some of them were closed at night, so he went there during the day. Some of them were not guarded at all. The people who were paid would help maintain them and let him in. He sometimes went there during the Qingming festival, but he didn't have time during the day. He also went there in the middle of the night. Even if it was a public cemetery, it could scare people to death. He didn't care about entering the martyrs' cemetery. If he was afraid, it could only be because there were bad people and nothing else. After installing surveillance cameras, he wouldn't be afraid of bad people. What would bad people do there at night? If they did bad things, they would definitely be caught. Now, he wanted to put the Tang dynasty's largest martyrs' cemetery together with the new Tianshu, as well as the merit monuments of excellent craftsmen and officials. The Tianshu represented the status of the Tang dynasty, the records of skilled craftsmen and excellent officials, and the martyrs who died for the interests of the Tang dynasty. The three didn't conflict with each other. On the contrary, they were very harmonious. Without the last one, Where would the second one come from? Without the last one and the second one, wouldn't the first one become a joke? Third brother, people's fear is the unknown. This unknown can be understood in various ways. However, to put it bluntly, we don't know. We don't know where the enemy is coming from, so we're afraid. We don't know if the river bank will burst on a rainy day, so we're afraid. We don't know if we can survive typhoid, so we're afraid. We don't know if the land is short of water during a drought, so we're afraid. Then we don't know who the people in the cemetery are, and whether they will hurt us if they run out, so we're afraid. If there was a cemetery, and we told the people that the winged knights died here to protect the people of the Tang dynasty, would the people be afraid? Li Yi analyzed Li Longji from the perspective of behavioral psychology. What were people afraid of? The key was that, until now, people didn't know if something would hurt them or even kill them. Naturally, they would be afraid. Who wouldn't be afraid? The martyrs' cemetery was not unknown. It was known. Those heroes who sacrificed their lives to protect themselves would not hurt themselves, so they were not afraid. Li Yi felt that there was no need to detain people for a few days for slandering martyrs. Detention was cruel. It should be gentle and educated. For example, they could tie those people up and throw them into the cemetery of martyrs at night. If they were detained for 15 days, they would be thrown there for 15 nights. There were flower wreaths and paper figurines all around. When the wind blew, the paper figurines rustled and a faint singing voice could be heard. Rise up, those who do not wish to be slaves. I believe that in less than 15 nights they will soon be singing along. Rise up, those who do not wish to be slaves. Take our flesh and blood. Their souls would be baptized, which was much more effective than being locked up. Of course, whether the method was good or not was another matter. The act of throwing them into the cemetery of martyrs in itself was a kind of blasphemy to martyrs. They did not deserve it. If the heroic spirits had souls, they probably wouldn't punish them. Instead, they would forgive them. Yuan, no, Wen Tian, do you dare to go to the winged knight cemetery in the middle of the night? Li Longji asked his eldest daughter, whose mouth was full of oil. You dare? It has nothing to do with daring. If I want to go, I will go during the day and see clearly. I can't see the names on the tombstones clearly at night, but I remember them. Some of them died too early. Li Lang told me what they looked like. They even cried during training, crying for their mothers. I still feel that they are alive. I can't see clearly when it's dark. There are flickering lights everywhere. They're not ghosts. In my eyes, they live under the sun. If I'm afraid of light, I will plant more pine trees and cypresses. Evergreen will not be defeated, and I will be depressed for 1,000 years. Princess Yongmu raised her head, wiped her mouth with her sleeve, and said frankly, When will we start? Li Longji understood. Propaganda. Let the people believe in it. Only then can the people support the imperial power. After the railway is repaired, there will be enough manpower. Look for more white marble. First, let's say in the newspaper that the people who died for the country in the past in the House of Jicheng will be reported. In addition, I will mention this in the military newspaper that will be published tomorrow to give moral support to the soldiers at the border. Li Yi was worried about the manpower. Most of them went to build the railway. The cemetery of martyrs was large, including the Tianshu. Waiting for a while did not affect the brainwashing of the people in the newspaper. Li Yi admitted that it was brainwashing. What was amazing was that even if he knew, he would not be afraid. Okay, Li Longji remembered that the railway was the most important. Wait for the Tianshu. A yellow door rushed to the door. Gao Lisher went out. After a while, Gao Lisher returned. The Duke of Wei, Yang Yuanyan, has passed away. As he spoke, he looked at Li Yi. Li Yi was holding a torn chicken rack. He is 79 years old. His body is weak, unlike Yin Jizhang, who is 50 years old, and Ma Huaisu, who is 60 years old. Both of them are compiling books and are quite tired. Let them rest in advance to recuperate and take care of education. Also, the provincial governor of Tang province, Jiawan, has sent him many health supplements. I don't know if he can survive. He is over 80 years old. Isn't a 79-year-old younger than an 80-year-old? Princess Yongmu did not understand. How did you know that the one who died was dead? Why did you send health supplements to him? One of them is still in office, while the other went home early. Since he is still in office, it means that his body is strong. Feed him some good food and let him live for another year. Li Yi did not have the time to care about anyone. He was not sure if this 80-year-old could survive. Li Longji sighed. Another one had died. The Duke of Wei this. I have to send someone to take care of him. Those who are still alive have to be taken care of. Brother, he made the arrangements in advance. The 4 ministers working in the Li family Zhuangzi's office received the news at the same time. They prepared to send a document. After all, he was still the Duke of Wei. Jigu, you are getting old. Every day you live is a day of happiness, Song Jing said to Wei Jigu, who had come to talk about the Ministry of Works. I am sick. I fell ill suddenly. It's not Shalu. Longza also needs to take care of himself. Wei Jigu was 72 years old this year. Bai Gu was younger than him by 3 years. Xiao Yi gave me dental implants. I eat well. Bai Gu did not want to talk about age. Yin Zhizhang and Ma Huaisu were assigned to take care of the children. They are not writing books anymore. Li Yi, on the other hand, gave them a bunch of books. Su Yi talked about the other 2. They kept an eye on those who were assigned by Li Yi. They wanted to see how things were going. Those who were assigned knew what was going on. They quickly maintained a happy mood and ate their nutritious meals. They did not feel uncomfortable. However, those who were not assigned by Li Yi were afraid. Several died every year. Li Yi did not do anything. Did he not know? Or was he not willing to save them? The ministers were superstitious. They believed that as long as Li Yi wanted to save them, he could definitely save them from the king of hell. They knew that the water screen sent the children to the Su family. They felt that Li Yi was deliberately using the water screen to cover it up. Without the water screen, he was afraid that others would see the truth. The truth was that he had indeed beaten up the king of hell. In my opinion, it is best to work in the Li family Zhuangzi. If you are in the imperial city and sent to Zhuangzi, you might not have enough time. Yao Chong walked in from the door. He had also received the news. According to this, I want to move closer to the east gate. Where is Jigu? Bai Gu thought that he lived far away and was not as close as Yao Chong. Rent a house? Why don't you live in the Zhang family's village or the building in front? You can't live in the Li family Zhuangzi, right? Wei Jigu's house was in the west of the imperial city. It was far. Chapter 1539. Yangwen resigned at my time. In the courtyard, Li Dan was full of emotions when he learned about the situation. He knew Yang Yuanyan's character. He was cautious and knew when to advance and retreat. Just like him, he was the emperor and retired. He became the emperor again and retired again. It was important to stay alive. He was sad that he was protected by Li Yi. Li Yi did not even mention Yang Yuanyan. Jia Wan still drinks a glass of deer antler blood wine every day, eats ginseng and black chicken stew from Yongxing County every 10 days, and stewed tortoise and turtle blood for half a month. Li Dan thought of another person who was 83 years old. Jia Wan's food was sent by Li Yi. Li Yi bought a lot of land in Tangzhou to support the surrendered families. Li Yi let Jia Wan have some free time. To be able to place Jia Wan in the same prefecture as the provincial governor, it showed that the imperial court was always worried about the 2 Jue, Shi and Kaiten. Jia Wan had resigned more than once and insisted that he be sent to Tangzhou. Tangzhou was on the west side of the Yellow River. It meant that if the Turks attacked, the military forces of the Tang dynasty would not be able to resist. Jia Wan could still form a solid line of defense. Some people said that he was the commander of the army and could predict the enemy like a god. He had been the protector general of Baiting, the pacifier of the western region, the chief supervisor of the Shuafeng army, and the chief supervisor of the Shuafeng army. If he was placed in Tangzhou, Chang'an would be safe. Li Yi would do his best and leave the rest to Tianming. There are also vegetables. Noble consort Lu knew some things. Eat eggs, soy products, mutton, milk, fruits, sunbathing, fish, and dried fruits. There are oxygen cylinders. When the weather is bad, give them oxygen. Take a walk and do some simple exercises on weekdays. Noble consort Lu said with a smile. They were also supervised now. She and Lan Bao's sister-in-law Huang were taking medicine to try to have a child. The sun is good outside, but it's cold after the rain. Li Dan wanted to go out for a walk, but he was worried that he would get sick. It'll be hot tomorrow. Let's have breakfast and rest for a while before we go for a walk. Noble consort Lu said as she went to exercise and stretch her legs. She had to nurse her body back to health so that it would be easier for her to give birth. Just look at Empress Wang. The people living in Zhuangzi were in a good mood, but the rich women living in other places started to get anxious. The people in Chang and city did not have a good lunch. It was written in the newspaper that when Tianlan Xiang Pavilion would be opened for business the next day. There was a special section in the newspaper. It was very small and had been written before. When Tianlan Xiang Pavilion is temporarily closed. Today, there are finally different characters. Let's get ready to go shopping. On the other hand, there were always people in charge of the massage, beauty, and bodybuilding building next to it. It was just that they couldn't buy anything good. In fact, they already knew who in Tian from when Tianlan Xiang Pavilion was, but they couldn't say it out loud. If they did, it would easily lead to the destruction of their sect. Some of them were rich, some were wives of high-ranking officials, and some were ladies of aristocratic families. Naturally, there were people who knew about Princess Yongmu's situation. They told their daughters not to offend her. What they offended was not only Li Yi's woman, but also the emperor's daughter. In the past, when Li Longji was in the prince's mansion, he had to Empress Wang's father pawned off his leather coat to eat a bowl of longevity noodles on his birthday. Princess Yongmu lived with him. She didn't eat well, didn't dress well, and was always on tenterhooks. Now that Li Longji was the emperor, would he think of anyone who offended his daughter? Would he bully them like before? Then what's the point of being the emperor? News couldn't be blocked. The other women had a good relationship with each other. As they chatted, one of them let it slip, so Princess Yongmu opened a shop and the Li family Zhuangzi provided the technology behind the scenes. She only bought goods at when Tianlan Xiang Pavilion. The next day, Li Yi ate and rested for an hour. Then he continued to train the nurses. Princess Yongmu and the others went to work. The 16 guards and the winged knights each sent people to work. Oh, Xiaolan! I forgot to ask Li Lang if he'll come back at noon or if Zhuangzi will send someone to deliver food. Princess Yongmu looked at the scenery outside the window and suddenly felt worried. Princess, we can cook upstairs and provide food for people. Xiaolan reminded her. It was always like this. It doesn't have the taste of home, although it's made by the Li family Zhuangzi chefs. Princess Yongmu waved her hand outside the window. The people outside made way and bowed slightly. She rode Li Yi's ambulance. It was safe and well-equipped. The people didn't know who was in the ambulance, but it didn't matter. Even if it was a stranger, if they could ride Li Dongzhu's ambulance, it meant that Li Dongzhu approved of them. When they saw a woman waving in the ambulance, the people knew who she was. She was the owner of Wen Tianlan Xiang Pavilion, Li Yi's woman. Xiaolan, do you think I'm proud of my husband as a wife? Princess Yongmu never thought of becoming Empress Wu Zetian. When her great-grandmother established the Zhou dynasty, she was not proud of men. Xiaolan thought for a while and lowered her voice. Princess, the Empress is respected because of her son. You're asking for a beating. Princess Yongmu glared. Yes, yes. Xiaolan snickered. When you come back, you don't know how much money that building made. You should see what the soldiers at the border need and other people from the House of Subjugation. The people from the House of Subjugation didn't go to war but stayed in their positions to improve the welfare and status of the soldiers. That's why more people are willing to fight for the Tang dynasty. Princess Yongmu clenched her small fist. She didn't need money. She was willing to give the money she earned from the rich to the soldiers and their families. When a princess married, she needed a dowry. Usually, it was higher than the bride price of the groom. The groom's princess was called Princess Shang. Princess Yongmu knew that her family couldn't give a dowry higher than the bride price of the groom because the groom gave the Tang dynasty. The entire imperial power helped to protect the Tang dynasty, and the people of the Tang dynasty benefited. As for the specific money, well, the groom's family printed money. When the bride's family had enough collateral, they would help the bride's family print money. She didn't need to save up her own dowry, and her father didn't need to think about it. "Stop the car," Princess Yongmu thought and suddenly shouted. The team stopped. Princess Yongmu looked outside through the window. There was an umbrella on the side of the road outside. Under the umbrella was a child who was cleaning shoes. The child's right calf was swollen. He was squeezing the wound with his hand. Princess Yongmu didn't need to say anything. 4 winged knights went over. 3 drew their swords, and 1 squatted in front of the child. The others quickly scattered and vigilantly looked for any possible problems. At the same time, they stopped passers-by from approaching. Princess Yongmu didn't get out of the car. She just looked through the window. Suddenly, there was a bang on the roof of the car. A familiar voice said, "I'm here." Guazi went up with his gun. At the same time, the person holding the big shield leaned against the car. The squatting winged knights took the medicine box from someone and began to treat the child's wound. They also took out a needle to test the child's sensitivity. The people who were stopped were very cooperative. They didn't move forward. They just stood in place and craned their necks to watch. "His leg is too swollen. He has a fever. Send him to Zhuangzi. Someone tell Dongzhu to test his sensitivity after the shot." The person in charge of the winged knights shook his head, indicating that he couldn't do it. A few people took a stretcher and carried the child up. They told the child not to worry about making money and ran to the Li family, Zhuangzi, with the stretcher. A few people in the crowd saw it. They looked at each other and saw helplessness in each other's eyes. It's impossible to achieve the purpose of an attack through such means. Even a normal child would be so vigilant. Isimba muttered. Chapter 1540. Women have become smarter these days. Bo Xia led a few people to a corner and watched the team leave. His face was filled with fatigue. The child was injured. It had nothing to do with them. What they saw was that it was impossible to trick someone into getting off the car because they were sick. Since when are women not smart? Isimba asked. In fact, he thought that Princess Yongmu would get off the car, but she was watching through the window. The protection team instantly dispersed to guard against an ambush. It was said that no one could damage the car. The ballistic couldn't penetrate it, and the catapults couldn't crush it. Even so, the shield soldiers formed 3 shield walls first. They didn't even give them a chance to assassinate. Dream on. The team left. A winged knights was packing up. The child wouldn't be able to shine shoes for a while. The people came forward to help. The people of the Tang dynasty were simple and honest. When someone fell, they were willing to help as much as they could. They never thought about being blackmailed because they didn't. Taoism, Buddhism, Confucianism, and other faiths were still very common in this aspect. Moreover, if one was caught blackmailing someone, it was definitely not something that could be solved with just an apology. The Tang dynasty's law had a countermeasure. If one failed to blackmail someone and was caught, they would have to bear the punishment that the blackmailed person deserved. After packing up, the winged knights took the children back to the Li family Zhuangzi. Theoretically, this set of things would be replaced with new ones after the child recovered, including the thermos. There were dictionaries, newspapers, and books for school use. The child had obviously been studying. These things were obviously obtained for free. After helping to pack up, the people happily did their own things. They weren't worried about the child. The winged knights took over and sent the children to the Li family zhuangzi. Princess Yongmu's team swaggered all the way and smoothly arrived at the East Market. A woman was sitting outside. When she saw the ambulance arrive, she immediately ran into the building and shouted. A large group of people rushed out and prepared to enter the building to buy things. Red coral accessories were unloaded from other cars. The rich women and unmarried girls immediately went upstairs. When Li Yi came back, he deliberately let people see the blood coral. The yacht was anchored. That day, Li Dongzhu hugged Princess Yongmu and flew in the sky. Blood corals were considered a local tribute. Even if they were sent over from the coastal area, not many people would make jewelry out of the tiny branches. Princess Yongmu knew how difficult it was. She found a good spot and then dived down with an oxygen tank to fix and salvage. Otherwise, he could only drag out very small branches, so small that each branch was no more than 1 centimeter thick and no more than 10 centimeters long. Even so, it was still worth a lot of money, and it depended on the color. The Tang dynasty did not have such good bottom-sinking net technology and nets. Only when someone dived into the coastal waters and found them could they grow into plants. If one were to dive dozens of meters without oxygen tanks to fish for corals, then blood corals were indeed blood corals. Every branch was stained with blood. At that time, Li Yi's fishing technology was advanced. A pair of red coral earrings was a genuine live coral. According to the place where Li Yi caught it, it was worth more than 10,000 yuan. If it was not good, it would cost more than 1,000 yuan. The main problem was the labor cost. The material cost was less than 100 yuan. It was the same as silver jewelry. A gram of silver was more than 2 yuan. If it was expensive, it would cost more than 3 yuan. A 20-gram silver bracelet cost more than 60 yuan. The material cost. There was also the labor cost. The labor cost was actually not high. The bracelets were industrialized and so on, but there was also the cost of making old bracelets. Generally, those who sold silver bracelets would have a coating on them. They looked simple and unadorned. They were not from Eastern Zhou or Western Zhou. They were from last week. Then, this 20-gram bracelet could be sold for 1,600 to 1,700 yuan. There were actually people who wanted to buy it. The red coral that Li Yi caught was good stuff. It was the ring face of a jewelry ring. 1 gram of it was worth at least 3,000 yuan. Today's red coral, let's look at the sample and then order it. On this small earring or chest pendant, bracelet, or ring face, you can have a miniature carving. If you don't want a miniature carving, it will cost at least 2,000 yuan. If you want a miniature carving, it will cost at least 5,000 yuan. Look, this is a miniature carving. Princess Yongmu did not know how to introduce the products. She wanted to maintain her noble status. Xiaolan did not speak now, so the maid spoke. The maid took off her earrings and clipped them to her earlobes. Then she took a magnifying glass, which was 5 times bigger, and looked at it. One could vaguely see the words on it. A bottle of wine cannot be drunk. 2 candles are easy to burn. One must be proud of one's life. Tonight, I want a dream. Another maid at the side said, it is shaped like blood tears and also like red beans. Red beans grow in the south, and a few branches grow in spring. May you pick more. This item is the most lovesick. Therefore, this pair of earrings is also called lovesick tears. The sound of a violin sounded, and there was also a pipa playing. Then a maid sang softly. People say that lovesickness is bitter, leaving the heart of the pain lingers. A little worry, a myriad of emotions. Red beans should be speechless, should be speechless. This was not the end. There was also someone reciting, get married and keep watch at night for Ju and Lian. Yi Chu urgently reported to the army. The husband was ordered to guard the border. The bride bitterly hoped to be returned. But the husband slept forever. weeping blood in front of the fence of the courtyard. In front of the fence grew you, 2 trees entwined with roots and leaves. The noblewoman and the young girl watched, listened and thought and shed tears. In fact, it was just selling a pair of earrings. But selling and selling were different. People who sold steamed buns with high production could say that the steamed buns were everlasting, and one could be passed down forever. Do you think I'm selling earrings? Wrong, I'm selling my feelings. Princess Yongmu didn't know before. She didn't rehearse. She was stunned. She didn't want to sell the pair of earrings now. Princess, sell things. Find Li Lang for this story. Li Lang has a lot, don't fall into it. Xiao Lan was also quite touched. Her eyes were red, but she was calmer than Princess Yongmu. After she finished speaking, the singing over there stopped 3 times. The violin also stopped and the cello sounded. No one sang again. It was the melody of the bass resonance, like crying and complaining. Princess Yongmu hurriedly pulled Xiao Lan to her small room. As soon as she entered, she complained. Li Lang asked them to train him, but he didn't say anything. He made them cry. But Li Lang is really amazing. We haven't been open for business for a long time. As soon as we opened, Li Lang arranged it like this. They were all bought over. Xiao Lan looked like she was complaining. From Princess Yongmu's point of view, she said that others were wrong. However, the content of her words was a little different from complaining. Why are you arguing with Li Lang? I'm just saying why Li Lang always coaxes others to tears. Princess Yongmu didn't want to teach anyone a lesson. Yes. Xiao Lan winked at the 2 maids standing at the door. See, I've helped you. Don't worry. Our princess has to follow her. She can't bear to teach her own people a lesson. Is there anything else? Princess Yongmu was very willing to listen to this song. She wanted to hear more. No, just this one. Dong Zhu told us to give you a surprise when he told us. He also said that the earrings could be sold for a high price, and the others would be even higher. The maid replied carefully. She had no choice. Li Yi didn't let her say it before. If she didn't say it, she could still live. If she said it, she would definitely die. Chapter 1541. Women from rich families rushed to buy things as if they were free. Women from poor families also went in. Most of them looked around on the first floor. The things on the first floor were relatively close to the people. Some people looked through the big glass outside and then turned around to continue strolling. Many women with young children in the East Market brought their children to work or buy things. Princess Yongmu once gave out a lot of baby carriers. It was the same now. If they had children, they could go to Li family Zhuangzi's place and ask them to bring their children here. They could put a small fingerprint on their children and register them. Usually they would come the next day or go to Li family Zhuangzi's shop and tell them where they could get them. The women would bring their children to get them. One baby would be sent once. Some children fell sick and didn't make it. Their families would cry and bury them with the carriers. Rich people bought baby carriers after receiving the carriers, or they bought unqualified bearings from Li family Zhuangzi and found someone to make baby carriers. Unqualified bearings didn't meet the standards of bicycles, propeller boats, and ships. When there was no problem pushing baby carriers, others bought them and put them on the carriage. Envoys from foreign countries also bought them. If they didn't work, they would take them back as tribute. Tubo people were rich. They couldn't buy qualified bearings alone. They bought ships and took the bearings back. Not all the people were rich. They found their own ways. They knew what the bearings looked like and used wood to pick them. Baby carriers didn't need to bear too much weight. They could even be pushed without ball bearings. Carriages in the past didn't have ball bearings. When buying groceries, the women pushed their children in their carriages and put things on the carriages. Those who didn't push the carriages put their children in front of their chests or behind their backs. The bigger ones were on their backs, and the smaller ones were in their arms. When the babies needed to sleep, they would sit inside. When the babies woke up, they would look outside. The smaller ones couldn't sit. The carriers would be adjusted horizontally or diagonally. When Tianlan Xiang Pavilion opened for business, the people brought their children to take a look. They nodded in relief and went back to their own business. They knew the power behind Tianlan Xiang Pavilion. They also knew that Tianlan Xiang Pavilion donated a lot of money to the border. In the past, they didn't dare to enter the building because they didn't have money. They were afraid of being laughed at. Now they also entered. They couldn't afford it. Li Dongzhu's women's place. Would she laugh at them? Who in the world could be richer than her? She could be laughed at by anyone. Princess Yongmu sat in front of the window and looked at the people below. The people in the East Market were busy. Princess, what book would you like to choose? Xiao Lan brought over 2 bowls of tea and sat across from Princess Yongmu. I don't want to look. I just want to stare blankly. Princess Yongmu shook her head. The sun shone in to warm her up, but she couldn't read. It was more interesting to watch the people coming and going in the East Market. The ground in the market is all big cement. Xiaolan had just discovered that the East and West markets were originally dirt roads with drainage ditches. The streets of Chang and were paved with bluestone. Some of the streets were paved with stones, while others were paved with mud. There were also people raising chickens and livestock in the streets. It was dirty and messy. Later, it was cleaned up and the 2 markets were paved with yellow sand. Now it had become cement. There would be holes at regular intervals. The surroundings looked flat, but in fact, the holes were the lowest. As long as there was a slight slope, the water would flow into the hole after the rain. Under the hole, there was still a cement channel, and the water gathered and flowed out. There is a lot of cement, and it can't be used up. Princess Yongmu still didn't know who paid for it. She had 2 choices in her heart, Li family Zhuangzi and her father. Why would Baigu pay for it? The management fees paid by the East and West markets were given to her father. Father was poor at that time and couldn't afford to raise soldiers, so there was Heavenly Earth. Father couldn't take out enough money for the tools to dig the salt well in a short period of time. He threw the winged knights to Li Lang and said that Heavenly Earth had 10% of Li Lang's profits, so he could use it. At present, the imperial court is rich. Father's rich, and Li Lang is printing money. Isn't it interesting? Princess Yongmu's eyes were bright. Looking at the people below, she felt a kind of vitality. Xiaolan didn't dare to talk about Li Longji, so she said something else. The various gateways of the water network are interesting. If there is a drought, the gateways can be sealed and used as reservoirs. Li Lang had thought it through when he designed it. With the addition of the wells, Father doesn't have to abandon the people of Guanzhong and go to Luoyang. Princess Yongmu knew that when the emperor went to Luoyang, he would watch a group of people run to eat. Some of the people of Guanzhong also followed, and the others lived a difficult life. Whenever there was a drought in Hunan or Guanzhong, it meant that countless people lost their lives. Princess Yongmu knew the situation, but she didn't know the history. In history, there was a locust plague in Shandong, followed by a drought in Guanzhong. Tubo sent troops. Tukishur allied with the White-Coat Arabs, and Tuju's sent troops. The Tuju's troops were broken by Hao Lingquan, and the Tuju's Khan Mozi was killed by him. Gua Jiun defeated Tubo, and Tang Jiahui sent Ashai Nasien to deal with Su Lu. At this time in history, a group of generals had fought one classic battle after another around the Great Tang. With Li Yi's reality, he planned ahead, spent money, and researched firearms. Originally, Tubo's request for peace was rejected, and the Tuju's request for peace was accepted. Instead, it became Tubo losing a large piece of land and obtaining peace. The Tuju's side was not easy to use, so they continued to fight. If they had money, why would they make peace with you? The Tuju was a grassland. They occupied a large piece of land, so they naturally had to make peace with Tubo. Tubo was a plateau. Princess, the horseshoe business should be easy to do. Xiaolan still didn't want to talk about Li Longji. On the cement road, the horses' hooves were worn down, so they had to nail the horse's hooves. There are many iron mines and coal mines. Iron is cheap, and good horseshoe nails don't need to be put into the rack. Just pick up a nail. The worse the horse is, the more disobedient it is. Throw it into the rack, put on a pole, and hang it with a rope. Princess Yongmu had seen the horseshoe nails of the winged knights of the Li family Zhuangzi. The horse was very obedient. When it lifted its hooves, it would cooperate with you. When you lifted the worn-out horseshoe, you could repair it and replace it with a new one. The working horse always kicked people. It was fixed, but it couldn't hit people. Hitting it would make it even more irritable. Ordinary people would hit it, but the people of the Li family Zhuangzi would usually give you an egg. When the egg was in the palm of your hand, you would open your hand and feed it to the horse. Princess, it's almost noon. They've all come up to eat. A maid came over and reminded Princess Yongmu that it was time to eat. Oh, what are we eating for lunch? Xiaolan, what do you want to eat? Princess Yongmu was listless. She didn't feel hungry. I want. Squeak, the ear-piercing sound of air was heard. It was so familiar. Princess Yongmu looked up through the window. A person appeared in her field of vision and flew over. The person held a lunchbox in one hand and an assault rifle under his armpit in the other. He landed on the roof of a nearby building. I'm hungry. Princess Yongmu swallowed her saliva. Her stomach was telling her that she wanted to eat. The person there landed and walked down with the lunchbox, disappearing from her field of vision. Princess Yongmu and Xiao Lan hurriedly went to the passageway connecting the 2 floors and waited. I killed another cow and made braised beef for you. There are no potatoes, only carrots. There's also cabbage stir-fried with fungus, dried pine mushrooms in a pot of forest frog, egg with tune sprouts and cat ear soup. Li walked over. He didn't avoid the other girls. They all knew who he was. Cat ear wild vegetables were called dringers. They had fine fur and tasted interesting on the tongue when eaten. Even when cooked, they could still taste them. They were wild vegetables, and especially fresh. The other people on this floor who were preparing to eat heard the sound of the aircraft and saw Li coming over to deliver food. They were suddenly envious. Princess Yongmu didn't wear blood coral because she didn't suffer from lovesickness. A man was delivering food. Chapter 1542. Princess Yongmu didn't mean to show off or be proud. She looked distressed. How long would it take to fly? She quickly pulled Li Yi's hand to the corner. Li Lang, let's eat together. Is it enough? I'll eat the food made by the chef in Zhuangzi. I made this for the 2 of you. You 2 need to adjust your physiological state. If I don't come over, the 2 of you won't want to eat. You'll be in a daze when you bask in the sun. People are like that. I'm worried about my safety, so I just flew over. The cement floor below should be watered. It's hot, so let it cool down. Li Yi took out the food box one by one and placed it on the table in the corner. The staple food was fried steamed bread slices. They were all small pieces, 1 bite at a time. Cut them after frying them. Otherwise, there would be too much oil and it would be greasy. A small plate of pickled vegetables, garlic eggplant, fried shredded tofu, and vinegar radish skin. Give me a portion of braised pork. Do you have sorghum rice and water rice? Li Yi shouted in the direction of the kitchen. Dongzhu, there's no sorghum rice, but there's rice. The person in the kitchen responded and told him the truth. Rice and water rice. Add more water. Do you have salted beans? Li Yi was not picky. I'll fry the beans now. Dongzhu, wait a moment. Add more green onions and pepper. The person in the kitchen took over again. Okay, don't fry it. Give me 2 ounces of white wine. I'll accompany Wen Tian and Xiaolan to eat first. Give me some green onions, soaked in soy sauce, and a handful of dried shrimps. Li Yi decided to eat upstairs. Upstairs was not a changing room, although men were not allowed to come up. Those women didn't think that they were being harassed by men. They had men and didn't have men. They couldn't wait to have an in-depth conversation with Li Yi. The rich ladies who had men had never enjoyed the treatment of their husbands flying to deliver food. No, the treatment of delivering food was because their husbands couldn't fly. Look at Princess Yongmu. Li Dongzhu was afraid that she couldn't eat well, so he personally cooked and delivered food from the sky. Princess Yongmu dragged Xiaolan to fetch water. One carried a basin, while the other carried soap and towels. When she came back, she helped Li Yi wash his hands and wipe his face. Even if Li Yi didn't want to, she had to serve him. Wen Tian, wash your hands. Stop wiping. If you continue wiping my face, I'll be bald. Also, Xiaolan, why are you holding a nail clipper when you've already washed your hands? I don't keep my nails. I'm a doctor. Do you want to cut my flesh? Li Yi was being served with a pained expression. Only then did Princess Yongmu and Xiaolan stop. They washed their hands and looked at Li Yi with sweet smiles. The two of them didn't care about the things, and the maid quietly took them away. Their reactions were normal, not to mention the Tang dynasty. Even during Li Yi's time, when the world's richest man's boyfriend personally cooked for him and flew over on a flying device to deliver the food, many people were also mesmerized. The most important thing was that the food was delicious. It was specially made to cope with the lack of nutrition during the menstrual cycle. Dried shrimps and soy sauce with spring onions were served in less than a minute. There was also a wine bouquet that was boiled in boiling water. The two of you can't eat anything that accelerates your blood circulation, or else you'll have more endocrine hormones. Actually, it has nothing to do with that. You should have restricted your diet before that, but you're always restricting this and that. It seems reasonable, but in fact, science's research on the human body is as ignorant as the research on the universe. Li Yi said a classic sentence from medical school. The difficulty of studying the essence of life was the same as studying the universe. The microscopic and the macroscopic were opposites and unified. Research, he found that he entered the field of philosophy and then the field of theology. The so-called theology only meant that the level of science was not high enough. All theology was science. After thinking about it again, Taoism and Buddhism all had this kind of thinking. Christianity, Catholicism, and ISIS did not. Buddhism flourished in India, but it was also abandoned in India. In the later stages of development, the only Buddhism in the world was China. Buddhism was tolerant, and Taoism was more natural. The other religions were all about killing. Kill. Kill. Killing others was not satisfying, so he divided himself into several sects and continued to kill. 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 The other sects could not stand up to scrutiny. God created man in the face of Darwin's theory of evolution. This was the reality of some countries' selective blindness in education. Li Yi himself knew that the whole world was lacking in faith at that time. Those people found that the various sects were all fake in the end. What really worked was the law of the jungle, where the strong preyed on the weak. According to the religious beliefs of the sects, the whole world should have sunk. However, there was a country whose civilization was not passed down by sections. So many hieroglyphs and civilizations were abandoned, but they still existed. It did not need to rely on other beliefs. It was a contradictory complex. It could correct mistakes and record traces on its own. No one could destroy its heritage. On Earth, it was the only civilization with a complete heritage. The most infuriating thing was that not only did it have a complete heritage of civilization, it also had a complete industrial system. It was also the first country in the world to have a complete industrial system. As for using technology to choke its neck and prevent it from developing, that was short-sighted. During the 5 Barbarians' Rebellion, didn't it still stand up? Time and time again, it survived the crisis of 100 years. How could it lack more than 10 years of technological suppression? To put it in layman's terms, I grew up with people holding knives and not dying. Today, you're using your mouth to scare me? You don't even dare to stretch out your fist, right? Li Yi was the only one who knew this kind of thinking. He took a sip of wine and ate a bite of green onion. You should eat white onion. This is the relapsed green onion left over from last year. It's too spicy. Princess Yongmu nodded. Li Lang, I'll remember. I promise not to eat it. Are the carrots oiled? No, the carrots are steamed. After the braised beef is done, put the steamed carrots in. The soup blends, and the carrots don't have the taste of beef. Li naturally knew the steps of cooking his own dishes. He did not release the carrots, fry them, or boil them. He steamed them separately and ate them with the same taste as the braised beef stewed in the hot pot. Because the two of them were in their prime, he did not add coriander and green onion. It was also impossible to add spicy side dishes. Li Lang looked below. The cement surface. How many years can it last? Princess Yongmu helped Li pour wine and pointed to the cement surface outside. I can't give you specific data. There are too many variables. How many people are going, how many cars are going, and how much load? I don't know. Big data also can't be given. This is Chang in East City. Li saw the condition of the cement surface. How could he know the lifespan? Repair it. Even if it was a bridge, it was impossible to say that the bridge was built 1,000 years ago. It was not a problem until now. It was all due to the efforts of the people from 1,000 years ago. When the people of later generations were repairing the bridge, they would quickly change the stone pillars or something when they saw that the bridge could not hold up. The purpose of repairing the bridge was to maintain its application. The purpose of repairing the bridge was to maintain its application, not to show off. It had not collapsed for many years. That was all nonsense. Repairing bridges and roads had been done for generations. People were walking on the bridge and suddenly found that a big stone was broken. If they stepped on it again, it would fall. Of course, they would report it to the government. The government sent people to take a look and came to a conclusion. Change 6 stone pillars. The deputy county magistrate told the county magistrate that the county had money and asked the official registrar to allocate it. When the official registrar came, he said, "If you don't repair it, you can't leave." He wanted to see if any rich families were willing to donate money. If they did not donate, how could he report to the provincial government? This was how the ancient buildings were passed down. Don't talk about the things that were built for thousands of years or hundreds of years. If they could still be used now, the quality and skills of the people who built them would be good. If they knew how to repair it, they would just throw it away after they finished building it. Chapter 1543. The entire floor was filled with the aroma of food. The other women were not having a good time eating. They glanced at the table at the corner of the window from time to time, wondering if they should go home and ask their men to cook for them. After thinking for a while, they gave up as they would probably be beaten up. Li Lang, don't always cook for me in the future. Other people's men don't cook for them. Princess Yongmu did not want to be called a shrew. When a man cooks, he can cook by himself. His wife is not around, and he has no money, so he can only cook by himself. Li thought of 2 people. One was Du Fu. When Du Fu was escaping, he ate acorns and yams. Otherwise, he would be hungry. It was said that his cause of death was because he ate a full meal and did not survive. The other was Su Shi. Su Shi also had times when he was poor. When he had the upper hand in the political struggle, he would punish others. When others had the upper hand, he would also be punished severely. However, he was more tenacious. His political opponents kept moving him to different places so that he could not adapt to the climate and die faster. In history, Liu Youqiu died like this. One moment he was arranged to be in this place, and the next moment he was moved to another place. He was angry and tired from the journey. He could not adapt to the environment and died. Su Shi was not like that. Su Shi was awesome. He could even make himself sick and write poems for fun. When he was a small official in Huangzhou, Hubei province, he wrote, "Don't listen to the sound of leaves breaking through the forest. A misty rain fills my life. No wind, no rain, no sun." He caught a cold. He also wrote a poem on the Red Cliff. The waves of the great river east flow away. After that, he was sent to Hainan Island. During the Song dynasty, it was definitely not a good place. He also wrote poems there and opened a school. Dongpa pork was created by him. He was greedy. There was no beef or mutton to eat, so he could only eat pork. Li Yi felt that Li Bai could also cook. Li Bai was not only good at writing poems. In the place where he was born, he needed martial arts to ensure his safety. Li Bai could walk around with a sword. It was normal for him to kill a rabbit. What if someone talks about it? Princess Yongmu did not know Li Bai or Du Fu, let alone the unborn Su Shi. Listen to other people's words to change, but live for others? The cement floor does need to be splashed with water. After a few days, it will burn the feet. When Li Yi saw that there were still people walking barefoot without even wearing straw sandals, he felt uncomfortable. Do you see that person? Ask him why he's not wearing shoes. Li Yi believed that everyone should live a better life where he was. The maid ran out with a whoosh. When she went down the stairs, she held onto the handrail with one hand. She directly jumped, and her hand fell on the handrail. Li Yi, he was full of memories. Back in school, he used to do this as well. He would fall down diagonally for more than 10 meters and land on the ground. It was fine. He could even put his butt on it and slip down. In any case, he could do whatever he wanted. The man was quickly caught up and stood there talking to the maid. The maid ran back while the man waited in place. Dongju, he said he was alone. I just came to Chang'an yesterday and couldn't find a job. I ate free black bread in the shed and stayed there for the night. The maid explained. I'll give him a job and ask him if he knows how to weave straw sandals. I won't arrange for him to learn how to weave straw sandals for a day. Speaking of which, I thought of a set of tools for making straw sandals. It's ordinary and not very beautiful. It can be used for a few days and can be made 50 to 60 pairs a day. If it's a good one, he can't even make 1 pair a day. I'll draw a picture and put it on the newspaper. When Li Yi heard that the man had just arrived and hadn't found a job, he thought, arrange it. You've already sent someone to ask. Straw sandals were very fast and would be worn out in a few days. The maid beside him hurriedly looked for the tools. At the same time, the maid beside him continued to write in a small notebook. She wrote down what Li Yi and Princess Yongmu had said. If she saw someone without shoes today, she would ask for the tools to weave straw sandals. When the tools were brought over, Li Yi quickly drew on his fingers. He didn't need a scale and only needed to mark the data. Take it to the workers' union's place and ask them to make it. It's close. This broken thing isn't worth the workers' effort. Li Yi made a set of tools for making straw sandals. The structure was simple and didn't need to use hands to thread. There was a small wooden buckle for the thread. To weave straw into a rope, one usually had to rub it. Li Yi's tools were a few strands of straw. The middle part would be rotated by force, and from top to bottom, the rope would be pulled out. Of course, this kind of rope wasn't strong enough and would definitely break. The key was that it was fast and skilled. Weaving 100 pairs of straw sandals a day was like playing. Husbandly, what are these used for? Princess Yongmu pointed at the grooved wooden pieces of varying lengths that were connected at the bottom. Long legs. Aren't straw sandals suitable for other people's legs? How many times do you need a rope of the same length? The amount should be decreased and increased each time. There's a formula to calculate how many times you shake it. Originally, 1 was enough. I was afraid that their brains weren't good enough and couldn't calculate, so I directly made a bunch and shook it. This is a thread binding device. This is called a rotating rope braiding device, a thread hooking device, and a thread leading device that crosses up and down once. Actually, time is wasted on organizing the straw sandals. When it comes to weaving, the tools are changed back and forth. Li Yi introduced the use of each tool. In order to pursue speed, it was as convenient as possible. If it's an assembly line job, everyone will only be responsible for 1 step. Wouldn't that be faster? Princess Yongmu instantly thought of the convenience of division of labor. Yes, Li Yi gave Princess Yongmu a look of approval. Xiao Lan followed up. Organize everyone and work together. Li Yi also gave Xiao Lan a look of approval, but said, "What's the point of making so many straw sandals? I drew the blueprints for the tools to give people a way of thinking. If it can be used to weave straw sandals, it can be used to weave other things. We will soon have a large amount of rabbit meat and rabbit skin. The soles of the shoes will be made of bamboo, wood, and fine hemp. If you are rushing to the capital, soft leather shoes will also work. Walking on other roads will hurt your feet. Felt soles are also good. Rabbit hair can be made into felt. Pig hair is better for making brushes. Making straw sandals doesn't make money. What's the point of making them?" Xiao Lan asked with a pout. "I give him money. After he finishes weaving them, he puts them outside each workshop. Whoever happens to have broken shoes can take a pair." In many places in the Tang dynasty, the villagers will weave straw sandals and hang them under the eaves or on the fence, especially in places with many mountain roads. When walking between villages, they have to prepare shoes. Others can't carry money with them, and it's inconvenient to exchange, so they just take them. When the villagers go to other villages and their shoes are broken, they also take a pair. No one will take more than that. It's so tiring to carry them. They can make them themselves when they get home. Princess Yongmu and Xiaolan didn't know that Li Yi was explaining the customs of the Tang dynasty to the people of the Tang dynasty. There was no industry in the Tang dynasty that specialized in selling straw sandals. If they sold straw sandals to other shoe shops, how would they earn money? 2 pairs for 1 coin? If they sold straw mats, hemp shoes, or leather shoes, a pair of straw sandals would be fine, unless the grass used was different and it was woven tightly and sturdily. If they wanted to sell it as art, dream on.